Torah is just a long string of numbers. Some say that it's a code sent to us from God.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that's just kid stuff. Check this out, okay? The word for the Garden of Eden, Kedem. Numerical translation, 144. Now the value of tree of knowledge, all right, in the garden, right? Eitz HaChaim, 233. 144, 233. And you can take those numbers. So
like the Fibonacci sequence?
Fibonacci.
Fibonacci is an Italian mathematician in the 13th century. If you divide 144 into 233, the result approaches theta.
Theta?
Theta. The Greek symbol for golden ratio, golden spiral.
Wow. I never saw that before. That's like that series you find in nature? Like the face of a sunflower?
Wherever the spirals.
You see this math everywhere.
Welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And tonight, I just wanted to go live, because it's been a little bit, and take some requests and do some digging into some primary sources. And I already have 2 super chats that are already popped up, and I have one. I was going to dig into Pausanias real quick. That's the first one I was going to go to before, but I'll put that aside for now. I also want to discuss a question that's been on my mind lately about truth and fighting for truth, and something I've been in a debate with. I'm not going to say who, but this particular person is sort of on the side of a pseudo-history, pseudo-archaeology, the ancient pyramids are power plants, that type of thing. And they're followers of that type of work. And no offense to this person, I'm not going to mention the names. This person's when I engage with this person in ancient history, they don't know much. They don't even know. Like if I mention Ovid, they don't know who Ovid is. They don't know. If I say the Augustan period, they don't even know what that is. They don't what's the Augustan period? 400 AD? Huh? Like they have no idea. Basic chronology. Basic historiography. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not trying to be like, they don't know anything. But like, this is the reason why I'm even mentioning their lack of knowledge is this is the type of person who gets really passionate about a particular brand of ancient history, or like Graham Hancock being correct. And it's just, and the reason I'm just thinking to myself out loud right now. This person admittedly doesn't know a lot, says they don't know a lot, admits this, but then has these strong opinions on Graham being correct, scholars being wrong. Like Graham is this like super genius that figured it out. He's like Galileo. He's just ahead of the curve. But it's like, if you don't even know like what the Bronze Age is, like if I ask you what the Bronze Age is, you have no idea, then who are you to judge if the pseudo-archaeologists are wrong or the experts? Now, this brings me to why I wanted to bring this up to my audience, is because obviously I am critical of a lot of things that happen in biblical scholarship. A lot of mainstream biblical scholars like Bart Ehrman, Dan McClellan, and others. I'm pretty critical of these people. So it kind of makes me look like a hypocrite when I'm on one hand talking about the scholars are wrong and I think this is the correct thing about dating the Hebrew Bible, or I think this about Jesus, or I think this about the New Testament, and the consensus is wrong. And I also get criticized for being kind of nasty on especially on Twitter. You know, I call people, I'll call someone dumb. I'll tell them that they have low IQ. And that might be a fair criticism that I probably should lay off of a little bit, is the insults. However, the person that I was discussing this with was basically saying, you should just let go and let everyone have their own opinion. It's all about perspective. You have your perspective, they have theirs. And I disagree with that. I think the truth is worth fighting for. And I think it's worth fighting for because in order to bring about the society of intelligence and virtuous, and we need to have some level of self-checking, of methodology, of trust in certain areas of expertise, but also verifying too. So I'm thinking like, yes, we should question what experts tell us. We should question what people write down in books. We should question what universities are doing. But at the same time, if I don't know something, I'm not an expert in something, then I need to recognize that this people who've studied this stuff for 10, 20, 30 years might know some things that I don't know. I mean, it's just something I'm going to throw out there. And I just think there's I just wanted to throw this out to the audience, see what you guys think about this question. Yeah. And I think I just wanted I just kind of, something was on my mind recently, is this idea of, should we fight for truth? And by the way, I've lost friends recently in the last couple of years. People aren't even friends with me anymore over disagreements, over me saying, I think you're wrong, dude. And them getting mad, and then me getting mad at them, and then back and forth, and all of a sudden insults are and now we're not friends anymore over just our opinions on ancient history. I don't even regret that at all. I actually, if I could start over, I would do it all again. I would say the same disagreements that I have, and I would continue to stand firm in what I believe is true and what I believe is not true. That's just where I'm at. And I just wanted to, get your thoughts in the comments. Obviously, leave comments in the live stream, but if you can leave them at the video is over, I would love to read through what you guys think about that, and sort of what you guys think about my attitude in general, and what you think about this topic of fighting for the truth or backing off and letting everyone have their own thoughts on things. So, because I believe in peer review, I believe in academia. Because I mean, the reason why I'm talking to you on a computer right now through a camera and streaming is because of things like peer review and science and the scientific method and the laws of logic. Without that, if everyone just had their own opinions, man, my opinion, here's my perspective, and I'm going to publish it in Harvard Journal now. And you get to publish in the Harvard Journal. You get to publish in the Harvard Journal. You get to publish in the Harvard Journal. And then then all of a sudden we're not getting anywhere. We're in the dark ages. There's no developments. There's no furthering ideas. There's no advancements in anything because we're not rigorous anymore. That rigor is what's the most important. This has nothing to do with left versus right politics. In fact, if you follow me, you know that I've actually reached out to the right a lot more recently in the last 2 years than I've ever done before. Having people on from all different walks of life who I don't necessarily agree with, but we have common ground as far as things about ancient history. So anyways, I'm going to leave that aside for now. We're going to get into the topic, which is let's read some ancient sources, right? So the first super chat, thank you for Tim0027, longtime fan, first time super chatter. I think a Gnostic informant video on Robert Graves's King Jesus novel would be a lot of fun. I saw the super chat as the intro was rolling, and I just pulled out my King Jesus by Robert Graves. Now, Robert Graves is more known for his white goddess. In fact, let me grab that real quick. I'll be right back in 2 seconds. I'll be right I should have played something while I was gone. But anyways, The White Goddess by Robert Graves. I highly recommend people read this. It's a little bit dated. There's some stuff in here that I would definitely push back on. If he was around today, if I would have him on, and I would be fascinating by his ideas for sure. I think he's right mostly. But then he gets into like some of this stuff he gets into. It's pretty out there. Like, for example, he says like the name Yahweh. What does he say? Let me find it. The name of Yahweh. I love his triple muse stuff. The maiden, the crone, and the mother stuff. I love that stuff. I'm all for that stuff. I like that's like his main thesis. But he has this weird theory about the name Yahweh going back to like Proto-Indo-European or something. I forgot what he said. Oh, it's the chapter called The Holy Unspeakable Name of God. And if you can see on the bottom of the screen, he has the letters of Yahweh, Jehovah, as like the vowels in the alphabet. And he like links it to Hyperboreans and some secret magic word. And I just don't know if I believe makes a lot of sense, or if there's a lot of sources that back this up. It's a fascinating theory that I think people should definitely check out. Like, if he was around today, I would. It's interesting that one of the gods he links Yahweh to is Dis, which I'm going to get into in a minute. But anyways, you can see he's got like tons of magic circles and stuff going on with the name Yahweh. This is definitely one of the greatest books ever. Like, it's not scholarly. This isn't a scholarly book. This is like this is like something else. This is like definitely some mystic Carl Jungian type of stuff going on. But anyways, you brought up King Jesus, which is a book that I read a couple years ago, probably longer than that now, probably 7 years ago, where he based what this book has shaped my thoughts on a lot of things, basically. In this book, he basically retells the gospel story. So it's the story about Jesus from birth to death, but he fills in the blanks with like pagan stuff. Like, for example, let me see if I can find a good example of what he does. Like, Greek magical papyri chants. It says that right here. Jesus is talking to these people, and he basically says, Babylon, Loto Foramenos, Salamai, Neos, Steranth, Urios, Normios, Reo, which is to say, I, the bull calf, ferried on the blue lotus, to and fro. I, the benignant one, cleave wood, in suffering am consumed by fire, am hidden away. I, the famous one, distribute, rejoice, establish, and borne off by water. And so this is a different retelling of the gospel story, but the Jesus in this story is more of a Greek magical papyri, magician, pagan, Gnostic, whatever you want to call it, figure. And the author in here, King Robert Graves, he fills in the blanks with primary sources about the first century in the Mediterranean world that he thinks are linked to the Gospels, but are more esoteric, and he brings them out exoterically into the story. So worth checking out. Definitely fascinating. Is Robert Graves in general is just a fascinating character, fascinating author, good stuff. Thank you for that super chat. I'm really glad you brought that up. Book 8 of Ovid's Metamorphosis. Not sure if you know Latin, but the myth of Philemon and Baucis, it's actually spelled Baucis, parallel Acts 14 and Paul and Barnabas. Yes. All right, let's do that. Let's get into that. Let's first, before I do that, I have Pausanias already ready to go. So I'm gonna put you down for a second. I'm gonna come back to you in a minute. But I wanted to read this passage by Pausanias because I'm working on a video about Hades and this underworld god that A lot of people don't even know he was actually worshipped and had a temple. But anyways, Pausanias is writing about Elis, which I visited, by the way. It's in the Peloponnese, next to Sparta, west of Sparta, near Arcadia in that region. And he says, behind the portico, built from spoils of Corcyra, is a temple of Aphrodite. The precinct being in the open, not far from the temple. The goddess in the temple they call heavenly. She is of ivory and gold. So you can see Korkuros Aphrodites, and then it says Kalusin Uranian, heavenly beautiful Aphrodite, Corcyrian Aphrodite. And he says, she is of ivory and gold, the work of Phidias, and she stands with 1 foot on a tortoise. The precinct, the other Aphrodite, is surrounded by a wall, and within the precinct has been made a basement upon which is a bronze image of Aphrodite upon a bronze he-goat. And there's a famous idol of Aphrodite riding on a he-goat sideways, and she's like fully veiled, almost like an Islamic woman in this depiction. It is a work of Scopas, and the Aphrodite is named common. The meaning of the tortoise and the he-goat I leave to those who are to care to guess. The sacred enclosure of Hades and its temple, believe it or not, there was a temple of Hades. A lot of people didn't even know that Hades was actually worshipped in the temple. It's very rare, by the way. For the aliens have these among their possession, are open once a year, but not even on this occasion is anyone permitted to enter except the priest. So it's a very secretive, initiate-only, priest-only cult. This is not for the public. This is a very esoteric, secret cult of Hades, the underworld Zeus. The following is the reason why the aliens worship Hades. They are the only men we know who do so. It is said that when Heracles was leading an expedition against Pylus and Elis, Athena was one of his allies. Now, among those who come to fight on the side of the Pylians was Hades, who was the foe of Heracles, but was worshipped at Pylus. Homer is quoted in support of the story, who says in the Iliad, among them, huge Hades suffered a wound from a swift arrow, when the same man from the Aegis-bearing Zeus hit him in Pylus among the dead and gave him over to pains. If in the expedition of Agamemnon and Menelaus against Troy, Poseidon was, according to Homer, an ally of the Greeks, it cannot be unnatural for the same poet to hold that Hades helped the Pylians. At any rate, it was the belief that the god who was their friend but the enemy of Heracles, that the aliens made the sanctuary for him. The reason why they want to open it to only once a year, I suppose, because men too go down only once to Hades. The aliens also have a sanctuary of fortune, and a portico of the sanctuary has been dedicated to a colossal image made of gilded wood, except for the face, hands, and feet, white marble. Anyways. What's this right here? The god is, so here, shrine, fortune. The god is painted according to his appearance in a dream, in an age, a boy wrapped in a star-spangled robe, in one hand holding the horn of Amalthea. That's fascinating too. Okay, so before I get to Ovid's metamorphosis, because of the super chatter, I just wanted to talk about Hades and the cult of Hades and Dis Pater. So in the Roman period, this is when he's around. When Pausanias is writing this, there actually was a pretty famous tradition of this god Dis Pater. And some people thought this was Dis Pater, like Jupiter, Dispater, like right here, the occurrence of deity Dispater may be association with Dies Pater. And that sounds like it makes a lot of sense when you actually look at the sounding out of the word, but it's not. It's one of those weird coincidences. It actually has to do with Ditis Patris, rich father. The word deities comes from rich. So there's a city of Dis, which is the underworld. It's in Dante. By the way, Dante, if you read Dante's comedy, it's so pagan. Like he's talking to the muses and he's invoking the muses, and it's got tons of pagan gods showing up in the story. One of them is the city of Dis, and Dis Pater is the ruler of this realm in the underworld. So this is a polytheistic story we're talking here, which is funny because a lot of people think that a lot of the Protestants would charge the Catholics was being like pagans, and they're actually right. And I think the pagans should be. I think this is what gave us the Renaissance, was the Catholic Church's ability to sort of bring back these old traditions into the fold. See, the Sibyl was also in Dante's comedy. His guide. Virgil is in this story, a pagan poet. Anyways, Dis Pater, who's also called Rex Infernus, infernal king, that means, or Pluto, was this ancient underworld deity who ruled Hades, and his wife was Proserpina, the mother of Dionysus, the mother of the first Zagreus. So there's something going on. You have this as above, so below. You have this heavenly Zeus, and he marries Gaia, and it's heaven and earth and whatnot. But you also have the reflection of that, which is the underworld Zeus, which is Dis Pater, or Hades. And this is the chthonic world, the reflection of the heavenly world. It's very Platonic, if you think about it. And what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. If you go to Hades, the god, he has an etymology of his name, which is, where is it? Right here. Idoneus, which you'd think sounds like Adonis, right? Again, it's one of those things like theos and deos. Theos, which means God, and deos, which is the genitive of Zeus, which comes from the word sky. They sound like they're cognates. They're not. It's just one of those examples of words that sound like cognates, and they just happen to run into each other and both meaning God. This is happening again here. Hades, the word unseen, has nothing to do with the word Adonis or Adonai, which is from a Semitic root that means Lord or master. This is a word that comes from Ais, which means unseen, or Eides, which is seen, and Ais, which is without, like unseen. So, and then you have this other god, Pluton, because he's synced with Pluto. But then there's another Pluto. This is the original classic Pluto, right? From the underworld king. But it turns out in the Eleusinian mysteries, there's another Plutos, who's this young divine child, the son of this is Demetra, and Iasion, right here, Iasion. This really shadowy figure who shows up in a lot of sources, but it's always the same. He got struck by a thunderbolt and killed by Zeus. That's it. So that's all we know. But it's so it's mentioned by so many ancient authors that it had to be very important. There's something extremely important about Iasion that I don't know why he's mentioned so much by so many different authors. But for some reason, we don't have much about his story other than he gets Demeter pregnant with this divine child whose name is Pluto. So anyways, I'm working on a video that's no one's ever really put this all together. And because there's so much going on between Pluto and Hades and Rex Inferno and Dis Pater and this child, the divine child, and all this stuff, and like all the overlap, all the cultural overlap that we find in all these sources that I think end up leading up until and inspiring Christian theology through the Dionysian mimesis, but also this god called Plutonius Ion. And this is the god Ion who's mentioned by Epiphanius, who's born of a virgin at the winter solstice. And there's a whole cult of Ion that we find in Antioch, Syria, the same city where Christianity grows up in the same 2nd century period, where there's like rich mosaics of the god Ion and his disciples eating at a symposium together. But there's no myth. There's no story. We don't have any papyri or any manuscripts of this story. All we have is the iconography. And so, yeah. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can find that Ion. Oh, here it is right here. Here's the one mosaic that I was talking about right here. Let me share my screen. This is from Antioch, Syria. And that's Ion. And this is the chronoi, which means, like it's plural for like time. Ion means eternity. And this is past, present, future. It's a triadic. They're all Ion. But they're depicted as his disciples at a symposium. So you have Ion, you have another avatar of Ion, another avatar of Ion, another avatar of Ion. And if you look at this mosaic, this is not just some random Joe Schmo just put this together in his backyard because he had free time. This looks like somebody important had this made. This is a super advanced mosaic in a super large like mansion in Antioch, Syria from the 2nd century, dated to right around 130, 140 AD. So, literally parallel with Christianity at the time. And one of his names is Plutonios Ion. This underworld chthonic deity. And he's linked with the sun and it's very strange what's going on with this god. And I'm researching it. I'm trying to find as much as I can to get to the bottom of it, but there's a lot going on. And I think some of the most helpful information on going through this is Plutarch's on Isis and Osiris. So we could get into that in a second, but we got some supers, and I definitely want to get to these. All right, so let's do this. Let's read Ovid's Metamorphosis. You said Book 8, Philemon and Baucis. I did a whole video on this, man. Actually, if you want, instead of reading it, I can just show you where in one of my videos where I did a whole entire section on this. If I can show you to you real quick. It's in my Christmas video from, let's see, was it last year? The God Who Comes. Yeah, 2 years ago. So let me just go to Philemon and Baucis. It's about a 5-minute clip. And you're going to love this, dude. You're going to love this. So, right here. Philemon. Unmute. Philemon and Baucis noticed that the wine jug remained full no matter how much was poured, even though it was their who give them their last bottle of theophany in the most classic sense mentioned. A prime example that I've already mentioned, Philemon and Baucis, when God the Father Jupiter and his son and Logos, Mercury, appear in a Phrygian town in human form, which is an epiphany or theophany in the most classic sense of the word. They are given good hospitality, theoxany, by Philemon and Baucis, who give them their last bottle of wine and the last of the bread they had. During the meal, Philemon and Baucis noticed that the wine jug remained full no matter how much was poured, even though it was their last bottle, revealing their guest's divine nature. The wine miracle is typical for epiphanies, as I will demonstrate. As a result of the good hospitality by Philemon and Baucis, Jupiter and his angelic logos son Mercury grant them any wish they desire, and they wish that their old home could become a brand new temple, so they could become the temple's guardians and die at the same moment, so they would never live without each other. Their wish was granted. When their time came, Philemon and Baucis were transformed into intertwined trees, an oak tree, Jupiter's tree, and an elm tree, Mercury's tree, standing side by side as a symbol for Philemon's and Baucis's eternal love and devotion. Ovid goes on to say, I saw the trees myself, wreaths and the boughs, and hung a fresh one on there. An image of decorating with wreaths and greenery ends the story. The myth does not explicitly relate what time of the year it is. However, we can infer that this is midwinter, given the gods' need to seek shelter and warmth. And while the rest of the town rejected the gods, Philemon and Baucis welcomed them with warmth. The text also relates that the hearth fire was being relit, ash still warm, and fanned yesterday's embers, and coaxed a flame rug was spread out. With her old breath, Baucis broke dry twigs and lit a new fire for the night, for the gods to recline by. A beechwood bowl hung by its curving handle from a peg. They fill it with their heated water, and the guests bathe in the welcome balm their weary feet. They place a soft river sedge mattress upon a couch and spread on it their drapes. Only brought out on holy days, the gods reclined. This is clearly a Brumalia, midwinter myth about a theophany, theoxany, and Theodosia, which are the three major aspects of the Christmas Epiphany season.
If you struggle with focus, this sound might change.
The three aspects that stand out in this story. Number one, theophany. All right, so that's pretty much I wanted to bring it back up here. Now, you said it parallels Acts 14. I absolutely agree with you on this. I think Acts 14 is doing a mimesis of this story. In fact, let's pull that up right now. What a great point you make here. There is definitely this whole aspect of hospitality going on and sort of retelling the story. In fact, I believe, yes, they are. They're in Asia Minor. So this is such a big deal because the story of Philemon and Baucis is in this exact same region of the world. Exact same place. In fact, Paul and Barnabas are called Zeus and Hermes by the locals. They're called Zeus and Hermes. They're literally called the same characters. So this is so pagan, dude. This is such pagan coded. It says, let's see. Here it is right here. Now at the lake there was a man sitting who could not use his feet. He was crippled from birth, and he had never walked. He listened to Paul speaking, and Paul, looking intently at him and seeing that he had faith to be made well, said in a loud voice, "Stand upright on your feet." And he sprang up and began walking. When the crowd saw what Paul had done, they lifted up their voices, saying, Lycaonian, the gods have come down to us in the likeness of men. Barnabas they called Zeus, and Paul Hermes, because he was the chief speaker, the Logos, right? And the priest of Zeus, whose temple was at the entrance of the city. By the way, some people even think that this temple right here is the exact temple that's mentioned in Ovid's Metamorphosis. Can you believe that? I mean, I don't know if you can prove that, but that'd be crazy. Brought oxen and garlands to the gates and wanted to offer sacrifice with the crowds. But when the apostle Barnabas and Paul heard of it, they tore their garments and rushed out into the crowd and crying out, "Men, why are you doing these things?" Okay, what's so important about this is the changing of the story, the retelling of a new audience that's more philosophically inclined and less likely to be involved in doing animal sacrifice. You find this in the story of Apollonius of Tyana, the Philostratus' story about Apollonius of Tyana. So he goes around performing miracles just like Paul does, and then they want to offer sacrifice to the gods, and he's like, no sacrifice. We don't do that anymore. You know, the whole sacrifice thing. People want to say it's like Christianity did away with this, but you find this in the Pythagorean and Platonist sources that they don't want to do sacrifice either. Only the theurgists do. Only the highly advanced mystics are doing sacrifices, not the average everyday Joe anymore. So they do away with that. But anyways, the point is, there's a total mimesis in this story of Paul and Barnabas going to Asia Minor and getting hospitality, performing miracles, and even being called Zeus and Hermes. So it's the most obvious mimesis in the Bible, arguably, of all, is Ovid's Metamorphosis, Book 8 and Acts 14. So I'm glad you brought this up. Great point, by the way. Thank you for that super chat. Fragments of the dialogue of Jason and Papiscus. Is that on Loeb? Let me see. Jason... Hibiscus. It's not on Loeb. I don't know where I would get a PDF of that. Fragments of the dialogue of Jason and Hibiscus. If you can send me in the Alan Droz, if you're still watching, if you had a link to this to check out, I would be definitely interested. I looked it up on Loeb. They don't have it on Loeb. So I'll be looking out for you in the comments if you're out there, but I'll come back to this one. Alex Lipton Universe, thank you for the $9.99. Just became a patron. Love your channel, dude. Thank you for. I appreciate that, by the way. Do you think that the volcanic eruption of Santorini contributed to the mythology of Exodus? Possibly a huge factor in the Bronze Age collapse. Wow, I never thought about the Exodus being affected by this, but it could be. Because you do have, let's see, when did that? It was like 2100 BC, right? When the Thera eruption, Minoans. Let's see, what year was that? 1600. Okay, 1600. So you have. So let's look this up. Here's the Minoan eruption. 1600, right? That's the one you're thinking of, the Santorini one. Yep, I was here actually. Volcanic. So let's see. You have this one Egyptian source. I forgot the name of it right now. It's called the Egyptian papyri about plague and red. The Ipura papyrus. Okay. So let's see. When is this dated to? I'm just curious right here. Because what I'm trying to piece together is if there really was some, like, okay, so this is from 1250 BCE, but then again, some people say it might go back to 1800 BCE. So maybe, I don't know, maybe this does line up. Maybe there was some, because this papyrus right here, a lot of people who want to find the Exodus, or who want to like really look for anything to even sound similar to the Exodus, they point to this one. See, look down here in the book of Exodus. Because in this papyri right here, it does mention the Nile River turned red. Now, this papyri says nothing about an Exodus, says nothing about Hebrews or Israelites or Moses or anything or any miracles or anything. It literally just says the river turned blood. The river is blood. So a lot of people think that that's enough, but everyone, myself included, are like, this is horrible methodology. If you think this is enough to say that's the Exodus, then I can't take you seriously. Because, by the way, the river turning blood happens in a lot of places around the world. In Syria, every year in the springtime, what's called the River Abraham, now it used to be called the River of Adonis, turns red because of the rainfall that comes in the springtime, and it wipes off the red oily rock. It gets into the water, turns the water blood red. So some things happen and make water red all the time. So just finding one primary source that says the river turned red is not enough. However, the super chatter might be onto something here, because if there's if there's consequences of the Santorini eruption that go all the way to Egypt, for example, and let's say there was some effects of this earthquake, and then leading to people recording this in Egyptian papyri, and then maybe those stories get passed along, and then when the Exodus story gets written, it's kind of like subsumed into the mythology. That I can see being a possibility. I mean, that'd be hard to prove, but I can see that being a possibility. But the reason why this Minoan eruption is such a big deal, I was just talking to someone about this on Twitter too, and I was just in a video on Matt Beal's podcast. I actually think when Plato is talking about the Atlantis, when Plato's talking about Atlantis, he's deliberately pushing it back 10,000 years, but really he's using the story of the Minoans to tell the story of the Atlantis. Why? Because the Minoans check all the boxes of Atlantis. Number one, advanced seafaring empire. Number two, the ancestors of the Greeks. Number three, naval dominance across the whole Mediterranean. Number four, highly advanced. I think I already said that. They had like plumbing and advanced architecture, writing, super advanced. Number five, they were a highly advanced military culture, is what he describes them as. And number six, they were wiped out overnight by a tsunami or a flood because of this volcano. That sounds like the Atlantis story. So I think this story was known and sort of passed down to the Greeks, but Plato tells the story in a new way and tells it about the Atlantis. He restyles it a little bit. He rewrites the story, makes it 10,000 years old instead of 1,000 years old. And anyways, that's what I think happened there. So, but thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. We got Neutura 260. Thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. I think the truth is complicated, and people don't appreciate when you just try to understand for yourself because it's threatening. If it wasn't a threat, they wouldn't have to run away. Sucks that you lost friends over it. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, I think people are passionate about what they believe in, and that's fine. I try to separate people who just are passionate about what they believe in versus grifters, people who are actively going out to get over on people. And it's not just about money, by the way. There are people who grift just for their own ego, who will lie to people to get you to follow them. And it's not, and they're not even asking you for money. They're just asking for your submission. They're asking for your, like, are you down? Are you down for me and my movement? Believe in what you do. Question what I'm saying. Like, you know, I think that's what Ovid and Acts doing. I think he's fooling people. I really do. I honestly do. I think he's full of it. I think he knows he's full of it, and I think he doesn't care. Because I think we're talking about someone who has a super, super deeply egotistical, narcissistic mindset, who is very destructive and promotes the idea that you shouldn't trust expertise and you should trust him, that he's the only one who knows the truth, that he has some sort of connection to to the muse that no one else has. That, to me, is grifting, even if it's not for money. But it is. He does charge money for Greek, so he is making money off it. But anyways, everyone needs to make money. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, grifting is not always about trying to get as rich as possible. Sometimes it's about ego. Anyways, thank you for that super chat. JFrog111 says, Neil, have you read Against All the Gods by Timothy Slydirect? I haven't read this. He argues that 10 plagues were basically a mockery of the Egyptian pantheon. It might make a good video if it's free on Google. Huh. I have not read that book, but if the 10 plagues, like, for example, there's a frog plague and there's a frog god. that would be interesting. Like what's that? What's that? Is it Keck? Keck. Yes. For example, like you have a frog plague, right? I'm just trying to think out loud here of what this guy's trying to say without even having read the book. You had this god Keck, who's, I guess right here it's a snake god, but I've seen this god with a frog head before. Like right here, I think that's a frog head. Anyways, that could be the plague of the frogs. Might be that be the frog. Anyways, I'm just saying, like, that could make a lot of, that, I think that makes sense. The 10 plagues. Let's see, what are the 10 plagues again? What are all 10 plagues? You have the Nile turning red, which would be, I think that would fall in line of of Set, the red god, right? The Nile turning red would be Set. Let's see what else you have. You have the frogs. That's in the second one. You have the gnats. Is there a gnat god in Egypt? Egyptian god of gnats or flies, maybe. It says Geb. I don't know. Maybe, but there might be something there. I'm saying Geb, god of earth, plague of gnats, was specifically directed at Geb. Huh. So that, okay, now we have 3 of them. That's checks. The flies, I mean, that's similar to the gnats. I wonder if that's just the same thing. You have the livestock disease, which was a severe epidemic that strikes the horses, donkeys, camels, cattle, sheep, and goats. Oh, that sounds like the god Amun, the horn god, who's the god of the rams and the like goats and stuff like that. Maybe there's something to do with that. I'm just guessing out loud here. The boils, I don't know how you would link that to a god, but I'm sure the author of this book has some way of coming up with that. Let's see. What's the other one? Hell. So I wonder if there's an Egyptian god of hell. There's a god for everything in Egypt. It says no. None that ChatGPT knows about, at least. I'm sure there might be something out there. But or maybe the goddess Nut, the sky goddess, would be connected with Hal. Maybe that might be something that you could argue. Locusts. There's obviously the locust iconography in Egyptian. What else? What's the one? Darkness. And then the death of the firstborns. And the lamb is obviously connected to Amun too, because the lamb is a baby ram. So the firstborn of the god Amun would be a lamb. So I think there might be something going on with some sort of Egyptian coded thing happening in the story. I definitely would be open to hearing better arguments that are reflected in some primary sources and some scholarship on that. Thank you for that super chat. There's the same super chat. Thank you for that one. Christy Angel, thank you for the $5. Dunk is the elm tree in A Song of Ice and Fire, and his green shooting star ties to Venus. He's asked with Brienne, the evening star. Yeah, he's the ancestor. Is that what you're saying? Food for thought for your other channel. Yes, I'm glad you brought that up. I actually wanted to. I do want to do more on my other channel. Let's see. What is the name? What's the name of my own channel again? Let's see if I can find my channel. It's called Flame de Vagar. So if anyone's wondering, if anyone's interested in Game of Thrones. Vagar's Flame. I need more subscribers, by the way, because my channel could be monetized if I have 1,000 subscribers. I'm only at 379, but I have these videos with 10,000 views and 5,000 watch time hours. I'm already well over the amount that I need to be monetized, but I just don't have the subscribers. But I should work on this more. But But yeah, I did a whole video on this. Yeah, I love the new show, the Dunk and Eggs series. It was really good. And I read the book before I saw the show. It was exactly adapted from the book. Everything, scene for scene, word for word sometimes. So good job. They did a good job on that. And yeah, Duncan the Tall is the ancestor of Brienne of Tarl from Game of Thrones. So that's pretty interesting. I'm looking forward to the next season coming out, maybe next year or 2 years or something, however long it takes for the new show. Hopefully they have them out once a year. I'm so tired of these new shows that take 2-3 years to come out. It's so stupid. Like they're like, here's 8 episodes that are 30 minutes long. And now wait 3 more years to get 8 more episodes that are 30 minutes long. It's like, what? By the time you have 5 seasons, we're all dead. We're all 90 years old. So what are we doing here? Anyways, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Deir Alla inscription. Balaam is the sub for Jesus. Let's look up the Deir Alla inscription. So, I'm trying to think if I want to look up the Wikipedia or the. Let's do this. First, let's look at the Wikipedia page. And I'll just, because I think the livius.org has a better website for the Deir Alla inscription. But I just want people to see what it looks like. You can see it's like some Paleo-Hebrew Canaanite text that dates to around the 9th century BCE. It mentions a character named Balaam, son of Beor, which is exactly a character, word for word, that you find in the book of Numbers. Numbers 22-24, you can see right here. Balaam, son of Beor, where it says, Balaam, son of Beor, right here. So literally a character from the Bible shows up in this papyri, or whatever, this inscription that they found that dates to the 9th century BCE. Now, if we go to Livius, it was a lot more information here on what this actually is going on here. And it's the misfortunes of the book of Balaam, son of Beor. It says, the gods came to him at night, and he beheld a vision in accordance with El's utterance. They said to Balaam, son of Beor, so will it be done with not surviving. No one has seen the likes of what you have heard. Balaam reports his vision to his intimates. Balaam arose on the morrow. He summoned the heads of the assembly to him. And for 2 days he fasted and he wept bitterly. Then his intimates entered into his presence. They said, Balaam, son of Beor, why do you fast and why do you weep? Then he said, be seated and I will relate to you what the Shaddai gods have planned, what the mighty gods, I guess that means Shaddai, God mighty, what the mighty gods have planned. And go see the acts of the God. By the way, I just want people to realize this is like when people try to argue, like I know the Ammonites want to argue that the whole Hebrew Bible was made up from Greek sitting in the library, just ex nihilo. It has nothing to do with, there's no Hebrew, it's all made up. This debunks that. This is a story. This is a story that goes back to the 9th century BCE that mentions a character from the Bible. Now, does this mean the Bible existed back then? No. It means this story gets brought into the Bible later. That's what that means. So the Bible could still be 300, 400 BC. But the culture, the stuff that's in the Bible is older and from the Near East, not Greek. This is not a Greek story. Anyways, let's keep going. The gods have banded together. The Shaddai gods have established a council, and they have said to the goddess Shagar, sew up, close up the heavens with a dense cloud. The darkness exists there, not brilliance, obscurity, not clarity. So that you instill dread and dense darkness and never utter a sound again. It shall be the swift and crane will shriek insult to the eagle, and a nest of vultures shall cry out in response. The stork, the young of the falcon and the owl, the chicks of the heron, sparrow, and cluster of eagles, pigeons and birds, and a rod shall flay the cattle. Where they ooze and a staff shall be brought. Hares eat together freely, O beasts of the field, and freely drink asses and hyenas. So it's some sort of prophecy about some paradise utopia. Balaam acts to save the goddess and the land. Heed the adonition adversaries of Shagar and Ishtar. By the way, there's Ishtar, Venus. Skilled diviner. To skilled diviner shall one take you to an oracle, to a perfumer of myrrh and a priestess who covers his body with oil. Or you can probably translate as anoints it. I wonder what the word is here. I wonder what the word is for covers. I wonder if it's Messiah. Wouldn't that be interesting if the word Messiah shows up in this 9th century text? I gotta find this out now. I'm actually gonna look up. Can we find Deir Alla inscription in original language? I wonder if they have it. Let me see if the Wikipedia has it. Let's see if they got it down here. Sometimes they do. Nope, I don't see it. Nothing. But I would love to see what word, because I know people want to argue about the word Christ and Messiah as if the word Messiah never existed before. It's like just a made up thing that nobody even heard of, and that we have the word Christ is the origin of the whole messianic tradition. But if the word that's not, by the way, this is not even written in biblical Hebrew. I just want people to realize that. It's written it's a Northwest Semitic dialect. So the way I would describe it is like Lydian is not Greek, but it looks a lot like Greek, and it has a lot like the word that has the same like nouns and stuff. Like Artemis's name is spelled the same in Lydian as it is in Greek. So you can see Artemis, you can see her epithet phosphorus in Lydian. And then there's like a very textual variance. Like some of the vowels might be different, but it's very similar. This is what I would say about this in Hebrew. This is some older archaic proto-Hebrew that's going on here. Anyways, that's why I'm interested to know, is the word in this inscription for when he covers his body with oil. I would love to know if he used the word anoints himself or Messias himself. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna have to look into that. I actually was able to find so the text uses the word mentions. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to find out right now if it uses that word or not. So, rubs himself with olive oil. One second. I think I'm able to find a text right here. So it uses the word kasa, cover, to conceal, wrap. It does not use the word. It says, rubs himself with olive oil. The word rub is often reconstructed as mesha, M-S-H, cognate with biblical Hebrew masa. So it does use the word. It uses the word meshach. So yes, it does use that word. It uses two different words here. He covers his body. The word they use is, it would be transliterated in Hebrew as as kasa, kaf, samek, he. And then the next line down, it says rubs himself with olive oil. And the word that it uses is mashak, mem, shin, chet, which is cognate with biblical messiah. So there you go. We just did live on air found an ancestral verb that leads up to the word Messiah. So wait a minute. Is Balaam the Messiah? Is Balaam the original Messiah? I don't know, man. Balaam might be the original Messiah here. Holy shit. This is crazy. I'm glad you brought this up, dude. Anyway, let's keep going. To one bearing an offering in a horn, one augurer after another, and yet another. As one augurer broke away from his colleagues, the strikers departed. The admonitions are heeded, the malevolent gods are punished, and the goddess rescued. They heard incantations from afar. Then disease was unleashed, and all beheld acts of distress. Shagar and Ishtar did not. The piglet drove out the leopard. By the way, I was just thinking about something. People who think Hebrew was just made up out of thin air, how do you explain this then? How do you explain that this text from 800 BCE uses the word Messiah, uses a cognate verb? It's not the exact same word, but it's M-S-H-K, Mashiach. How do you explain that? So you think people in Alexandria, I'm talking to the people like the total nonsensical, can't think for straight, low IQ Ammonite people who think Greek was invented out of thin air in Alexandria in 300 BC. How do you explain that they invented a language in thin air from Greek, or whatever the hell you want to say, in 200, 300 BCE, and it just happens to be that the word they use, Messiah, Mashiach, lines up with this other word from 800 BC in a totally separate text. It's not even the same dialect anymore. Do you understand? You see where I'm going with this? You see how silly you guys look to people like myself? Just saying. You guys look silly. You guys look like no one takes you seriously when you say stuff like this. You look like, duh. That's what you look like. Anyways. They heard incantations from afar. The disease was unleashed, and all beheld acts of distress. Shagar and Ishtar did not. The piglet drove out and let the leopard, and drove out the young of the double offerings. How long is this, by the way? Oh, this is quite long. I think I'm going to skip ahead a little bit and see what happens. So, the quest of a king is moth wrought. The hell? And the quest of broken seers. Your quest is different from you. You know how to deliver an oracle to. So this is a prophet. Balaam is an anointed prophet. And he's literally giving the prophecy of the future through this god El and his pantheon of gods. By the way, it's still polytheistic. You can see it's polytheistic all the way up until like 400 BC, where El is at the top of the pantheon, and you have Ishtar, and you have other gods like Shagar and the moon god Sin, and sometimes Baal is in the pantheon. That's in Ugarit. In other places, you find Yahweh and Asherah together, those two, like a pair. So, anyways, yeah, you can see this is a pretty fascinating text about some prophet who's prophesying the future. Look at, you see that the god Mot shows up. Death. It's called Mot in Hebrew. There is no mercy when Mot seizes a suckling, and suckling, and a suckling, there shall be. That's, by the way, that's the god Hades, the god I was talking about. And he approaches Sheol. Oh, that's another thing. They invented this from thin air in Alexandria, but here's one of the main themes in the Hebrew Bible, Sheol. You think that's a translation of Hades? I don't know about that, guys. You're not making sense to me, dude. But thank you for the super chat. I'm glad you brought up the Deir Alla inscription. Well done. Well worth looking into. It's fascinating stuff. Thank you for that. Anti-Contrarian, thank you for $2. Why was the Labyrinth so prominent in Minoan civilization? I don't know why you're asking me this, but it's a good question. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the Labyrinth. Labyrinth, Crete. Here we go. Let's take a look at the labyrinth. The labyrinth, elaborate, confusing structure that is built by the mythological artifice Daedalus and King Minos in Crete at Knossos. Its function was to hold the Minotaur, the monster eventually killed by the hero Theseus. So, why was this so important? Probably because of its antiquity. Probably because by the time you get to the classical period, this thing's been sitting in Crete for thousands of years. Let's see. Herodotus mentions the labyrinth building in Egypt. That's a different one. Let's see. How old is the Cretan labyrinth? Bronze Age. The complexity of the architecture prompted him to suggest the palace had been the labyrinth of Daedalus. So, wow. Evans found various bull motifs, including an image of a man leaping over the horns of a bull, as well as depictions of a labrys, which is this axe carved onto the walls. On the side of the passage in the Iliad, on the strength of a passage in the Iliad, it has been suggested that the palace was the site of dancing ground made for Ariadne, who is the wife of one of the wives of Dionysus, and she marries him after she marries Theseus, by the way. So poor Theseus goes and marries Ariadne, and then he goes and fights the bull, and then while he's gone fighting the bull, Dionysus comes and just swoops her up, and she cheats on him. Such a crazy story, by the way. Anyways, where young men and women at the age of those who sent to Crete as prey for Minotaur would dance together. By extension, in popular legend, the palace is associated with the myth of the Minotaur. Huh. So if I had to guess, based on what we just read, this is a Bronze Age, 2000 BC location that by the time you get to the classical period, it's this super ancient dwelling of the gods and the Minotaur, and they're probably just fascinated by its antiquity. So you're asking why it's prominent in Minoan civilization. That's even more of a tougher question. Why did they think it was so important? You got me. I have no idea how to answer that question, but it's a great question. It's something to think about. Thank you for that super chat. Egyptian creation myth. Males, Kek, have none, are snakes, and the females are frogs. Huh. I didn't know that. Snakes and the females are frogs. I didn't know that. Egyptian god. Kek and Kaukat in some respects, night and day. The raiser up of the light. Lucifer, literally light bringer. Huh, Kek is Lucifer. That's crazy. The name Kek, or Kekwa, with a variant in sky hieroglyph. Huh. In Greco-Roman period, Kek's male form was depicted as a frog-headed man and the female form as a serpent-headed woman, just as you just said. Is that what you said? Yeah, exactly what you said. So there you go. Interesting. You could have wrote this article yourself, man. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for the super chat. Alex Lipton Universe, thank you for the $5. Are there some texts that describe Yahweh with dragon-like qualities? The sacrifices at the tabernacle with fire, smoke, animals, and virgins. Yeah, he in like Leviticus, he's described. I don't know. It's more of like a volcanic, fiery, metallurgical, something like that. And I guess a dragon. You could make that into a dragon just for the fact that dragons are like fire-breathing animals that are, you know, like there could be something going on there with that. That's a good question.
dragon-like qualities. I can see that being possible. But where are we getting the idea of dragon from? Is it because I know dragons are pretty ancient as far as like in Europe, the idea of a dragon can be pretty ancient. Even in China, like a flying dragon, for example, or fire-breathing dragon you find in like ancient Europe. As far as the Near Eastern, I don't know what kind of dragons are we finding over there. Is there anything like that over there? Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they had something like that over there. And there's some Yahweh inspiration. I mean, that's a good question. Very good question. Thank you for that. Kirsty Angel, thank you for the 5. Heard you on a stream ages ago mention horses' tails are often tied to comets in the Bible. Could you elaborate? I don't know if I ever said. Are you sure it was me that said that? Horse tails and comets in the Bible. Huh. I don't think I ever said that. Because I don't know if either, let's see, Book of Revelation 9:19 says, for the power of the horses in their mouths and in their tails were like serpents. Let's look that up real quick. Revelation 9:19. Let's just go to Revelation 9. Let's just do the whole thing. Revelation 9. Let's just pull this up real quick. Just real quick. Let me just show Revelation 9. So you got locusts, then it says right here, the horses and riders I saw in my vision look like this. Their breastplates were fiery red, dark blue, and yellow as sulfur. The heads of the horses resembled heads of lions, and out of their mouths came fire, smoke, and sulfur. A third of mankind was killed by 3 plagues of fire, smoke, and sulfur that came out of their mouths. So the power of the horses was in their mouths and their tails were like snakes. So I don't know if that was me who said this, or maybe someone I was talking to that might have suggested that the author here is describing some sort of asteroid or comet falling from the heavens, landing and causing, like some sort of chasm that leads to like plagues and stuff. I mean, that would require a high level of knowledge and sophistication and knowledge of like earth science and stuff like that. So I don't know. That would be crazy if the author of Revelation was actually thinking like that. It'd be awesome if that was true. It's possible, I think. So, and it could just be maybe they, the educated people following Aristotle's methods were just aware that often when like a meteor would land in a certain place, it would lead to some sort of, I don't know, some sort of plague would follow or something. Maybe that's what they're just like deducting, using deductive logic to see these things keep happening. And maybe that's kind of what happened. I don't know. That's a good point though. That's a good thought. Oh, it's worth checking into. Thank you for that. Alejandro Server with the with the $5. Thank you. If you can get a PDF, there is a list of fragments in appendix of the Jewish-Christian dialogue. Jason and Papiscus in light of the Sinaiticus fragment. Let me see. Jason and Papiscus PDF. Oh, I think I found it. Let's see. Let's see what we got here. Of the lost Christian works of the 2nd century is the Altercatio Jasias Papisci, a dialogue between a Jewish Christian, Jason, and an Alexandrian Jew. A Jewish Christian and an Alexandrian Jew, which ends up with the conversation, which ends with the conversion of the latter. Sounds like propaganda right here. Our earliest reference is in Origen's Contra. Okay, I'm familiar with this now. I remember hearing about this now. Jason, yeah. Celsus angles it out for ridicule. By the way, I think this is the same Jew that says that Mary married Mary was not, there was no miracle. She was actually had intercourse with a Roman soldier named Pantera. If I'm not mistaken, that's the same Jew that says that, but it could be another one. Let's see if we can find any passages in here. I don't see anything. Yeah, I'm interested to hear what they say and stuff like that, like what kind of back and forth they have. Let me just see if I can find. I think Scribe might have it. I'm just finding summaries of it. I'm not finding the actual text that give the translation of it. Let me see if I can find something else. Huh. Here we go. Is this it? That's Justin Martyr. Let me see if I can, hold on. That's Justin Martyr with Trifo. That's not it. That's not it. Okay. A new Greek fragment of Ariston's. No, that's not it either. Huh. Is this it? Justinian. I'm not finding it here either. Let me see. Jason. I don't know. I can't find it. I'm just finding all these summaries of what happened. Like, really, I'm not finding any actual. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not finding it. If you could find it, I don't know if I'm going to keep checking for it, but I think you just said something here. Fragments are at the end of that PDF. Oh, the one I was already looking at? The one, which one? The one I was just looking at? Is that the one you're talking about? I don't see anything here. Here, I'm going back to that PDF right now. I don't see. Here, let's see. This is the one I was just looking at. At the end of it, you have. You're talking about right here, maybe? Let's see. I think he's talking about right here. Appropriate Paul of Samosata for you. That of the unbelieving Jew Philo. The philosopher, he argued against the divinity of Christ with Mnason, the disciple of the apostles, and called Mnason Dacrota. What argument? What sort of argument? And from what source comes any argument to the effect that Christ is God? Should you adduce his birth from a virgin without seed, as they say? The begetting of Adam appears more noble and more striking, a formation of the very hands of God, and a vivification through God's own breath. And it was purer than the 9-month fetation of Jesus in his mother, terminating in filth and wales and mess. Should you adduce the signs he performed after his baptism? I would say to you that no one on earth ever performed such signs and wonders as did Moses for a period of 40 years. Should you then point out that Jesus raised the dead? Well, the prophet Ezekiel raised up from the dry bones of the army of the dead men a numberless people. Moreover, Jesus himself said that some men would perform greater works than he. Now, if you tell us that Jesus, that's a good point, by the way. Now, if you tell us that Jesus was taken up into the heavens as God, surely the prophet Elias was taken up more gloriously in a blazing chariot with horses of fire. Calling Jesus the God of heaven must be reckoned as the most outrageous of your blasphemies. For God himself said to Moses that no man shall see my face and live. Further, our scripture witnesses that no one has ever seen God. No man has seen or is able to see God. How is it that Christian preachers are not ashamed to proclaim Jesus as God? For it is said that God is a consuming fire. Tell me, then, does a God of fire hunger? Does a God of fire thirst? Does a God of fire spit? Is a God of fire circumcised? And does he bleed? And does he cast on the ground bits of flesh and blood and infuse the stomach? All such things were cast to the ground by Jesus and were eaten up and consumed by dogs, sometimes by wild beasts and birds and trampled on by cattle. Every bit of his flesh that was cast off and discarded, whether it was sputum or nail cuttings or blood or sweat and tears, was part and portion naturally associated with the body and sloughed off or discarded in due process of growth. Indeed, you say that he was like men in all things according to the flesh apart from sin, yet you preach that he who was dead for 3 days was God. And what sort of God who is a consuming fire can die? Why his very servants, the angels, cannot die, neither can the evil spirits of the demons, nor for that matter, the souls of men. To press the matter, I ask, what sort of God, having the power of life and death, would take flight, as Jesus fled from Herod, lest he be put to death as an infant? What sort of God is tempted by the devil for 40 days? What sort of God becomes a curse, which is what Paul says of Jesus? What sort of sinless God commits sin? For according to you, Jesus became sin for our sake, and if he is God, how is it that he prayed to escape the cup of death, and his prayer was not heard? If he is God, how can you speak of the abandoned by God? O God, my God, why have you forsaken me? Is God abandoned by God? Sounds like a Reddit tier atheist. Does God need God, as would appear when he says, do not abandon my soul to the nether world? Is God such as to be tied up and abused and despised and put to death? If he was indeed God, he should have crushed those intending to take him prisoner, just as the angel crushed the Sodomites who threatened Lot. But you call the helplessness of Jesus long-suffering. I'm assuming this is the response. There are many things to be said about this passage. First, that it comes from the pen of a man whose work has been long neglected and about whom we know very little, save that he lived in Alexandria during the latter half of the 7th century and earned for himself the reputation of a great theologian and polemicist. The Hodegos was written about 685 in the desert, where Anastasius had to rely on his memory for many patristic and conciliar texts he cites, in which often, not surprisingly, to be inaccurate. Nevertheless, it is clear that his learning was vast and his stuff is lost. So let's see. That is interesting. I think that's all we have here. Yeah, this is all just responding to it. So the superstition of Philo for Papiscus in the passage from Anastasius I, and the primary simplest. Anastasius' memory was vague about the name Jason. It completely faltered over the name of the Jewish antagonist. The recollection that the greater Philo, who was contemporary of the apostles, was a prominent Alexandrian Jew before his conversion, would remedy lapsus memorae. But we cannot present here that the fact that the 7th century was a new... Interesting. He made some good arguments. I'd be curious to know what got him to convert to Christianity after saying all that. Like, this is a lot of these dialogues. There's another one that I have here. Where is it? There's a dialogue that I have between a pagan and a Christian. I'm trying to think of the name of it. I have it here somewhere. It's over here somewhere. I forgot the name of it, but I have it here somewhere. It's an ancient 3rd century, I think, 2nd or 3rd. No, it's 3rd century. Dialogue between a pagan and a Christian, and it's so horrible. It's like the pagan is like an idiot. Like the Christian is like it's so clearly propaganda that they're making this pagan. This pagan is like doesn't know how to answer questions. He's like getting destroyed, and the Christian is like, dude, you guys have like 5 Zeuses. Which one's the real Zeus? You have like 5 Dionysuses. Which one's the real one? And he's like, oh, you're right. You're right. I'm going to be a Christian now. You're okay. You convinced me. And I'm just thinking to myself, this is so fake. This is not a real dialogue. Anyways, there's a few examples of those in the 3rd century, 4th century that the church produced, kind of like this propaganda, so that it can be circulated among people, among the educated, the young up and coming students. Look at this dialogue between this ancient pagan sage getting destroyed by this Christian sage. Maybe you should pay attention to this, that type of thing. So, I'm glad you brought that up, though. Thank you for that. Let me back up a little bit because I skipped a couple. Let's see. Here we go. The infamous one. Thank you for the $4.99. I would almost bet the Deir Alla inscription is the tradition of Ezra's group corrupts with the David narrative. The Talmud uses Balaam as a sub for Jesus. I don't know about that because Ezra's way later. Is the tradition Ezra's group corrupts? Oh, okay, so they're using this tradition. You're saying Ezra is using the Balaam inscription to write the David story. Interesting. Maybe I can see that being the case. They're definitely using it for something because they definitely know who Balaam of son of Beor is. So, yeah, I mean, they're definitely using it. That's for sure. I mean, I can't even think of why you'd be wrong about that. So, yeah, well said. Thank you for that. Yamlicus, thank you for the $5. If you haven't read M.L. West, The East Face of Helicon, you should. Many of your interests converge in that book. I actually have read some of it, and M.L. West is. I like M.L. West's nuance when it comes to how much he understands the cultural borrowing east to west and west to east. And he doesn't just like because you see a lot of people today, it's like they're in one camp. Everyone's borrowing from the Greeks. There's no influence from anywhere else. And then there's the other camp. It's just like, oh, the Greeks are so totally dependent on, ancient Babylonian mythology or whatever. MOS understood how nuanced this question was and how everything should be taken on a case-by-case thing. So he knew when there was Babylonian Eastern influence on the Greeks, and he knew when there was Greek influence on the Near East. And he was very, very particular on which was which. But yeah, MOS is great. Definitely worth checking out. Anyone listening to this right now should definitely check that out. Jacob Priori, thank you for the $10. Anthony Caldelis uses the term third sophistic to describe the revival of intellectual Hellenism in the medieval Byzantine Empire. Michael Sellos was accused of preferring ancient Greek philosophy. Yeah, this sounds like they're talking about the Macedonian Renaissance. Renaissance with Michael Sellos. So I actually have a book about the Byzantines. Actually, let me just go grab it real quick. Let me play let me see. I'll play a clip from my Temple of Pan. This is actually an exclusive video that's on Patreon only. So while I'm gone, I'll just play this. Let me see. I'll be right back, though. So you're going to see a couple seconds of it, but I'll be right back.
εστί ευδυνάτιο, χρόνου θύγατερ βασίλεια, ή μέσον οίκον έχεις, πυρός, αενάιο μεγίστου, τους δε σύ εν τελετές, οσίους μίστας αναδείξας, φύστα Ιθαλέας, πολυόλβους, έφρονας, αγνούς, ή και Θεών μακάρων, θνητών, στήριγμα, κρατεών αηδοί, πολύμορφε, ποθηνοτάτη, χλώμορφε, μη διχώσα μάκερα, τα διερά δεξω προθύμος, χόλβων επιπνίουσα και υπιόχειρον, υγείαν, γέννητο.
I am here in the hills of Arcadia, in the Peloponnese, in Greece, where the Mycenaeans once dwelled. I'm with Evangelos Bexis. He has kindly invited me to a private property in the hills of Arcadia, the land of Pan, where he was arrested for building what was thought to be a temple dedicated to Pan at the behest of the Orthodox Church in Greece. I'm here to find out what happened. Why was he arrested? And what is going on between the revival of ancient Hellenism here in Greece and the response by the Christians in power?
We're here in the Arcadia, the land of Pan, and you are bringing back a revival movement of ancient Hellenic religion, pre-Christianity. Tell us about how you got started doing this and why you're doing this.
All right. All right. So one more before I move on with what I was going to say with the super chat. Well, since I brought that up, I also want to show one more clip. Recently, in the springtime, my friends from Athens, they send me videos all the time. They just sent me this one recently. So that's the real deal right there. The real dear Holyfield. There's no New Age, tarot, none of that. Real ancient Bacchic, Dionysian religion, religio. Anyways. So third sophistic is an interesting term because I had this book right here that I've been reading through from John. It's a primary source, John Scalitzes from the 12th century or 11th century. I'm sorry, 11th century. And what I would describe this is the end of the Dark Ages. It's the beginning of the third sophistic is a great term to use. I like that. That's a good idea because it's a return to the classical mindset. You have the first Renaissance that starts is in Byzantine is the Macedonian Renaissance. And there's a revival of returning to the classics, copying the classics, bringing Platonism back. You have Michael Psellos, this guy right here that you mentioned. He's a historian, music theorist, philosopher, savant, monk, Platonist. Obviously, that's just the huge influence on the Italian Renaissance, all that stuff. This was a huge deal, and even some of the patriarchs in Constantinople during this time
start bringing back bringing back classical ideas like philosophy. Like you have the Hesychists and their philosophy. They're bringing Neoplatonism back into they have the ideas of theosis and, you know, all these, like theologically they're becoming more advanced, and they're even allowing pagans to come back. You have 11th century, 12th century pagan authors and the Brumalia festival. John, what's his name? This is John Scalites. I'm not talking about him. What the hell's his name? The Brumalia guy. So let me just look up Brumalia. So there's is this it? No, not him. Christopher Mytilene, this guy. This is one of the poets. You can read his stuff. He writes, first of all, he's writing in Attic Greek, not Byzantine. He's literally mastered Attic Greek. So as you mentioned, third sophistic, intellectual revival of Hellenism. He's literally using ancient Greek again for the first time ever. And you can see it's that early 11th century period. And I have his poems, by the way. I have it right here. In fact, I'm going to show you right now. I have it with me. This is perfect to bring up right now. Let me go back to the video that I just played and play a couple more minutes of that while I grab one more book real quick.
As you rightly said, Neil, we are in the land of Pan, here in Arcadia and at the location called the land of Pan. Pan is the god of Arcadia. Pan means everything, everything is the universe. It is essentially a neglected god whose status is located within this space. Where we are standing is where the status of Pan is found. It is a place which, and this is very important, that must...
Okay, so here it is right here. The poems of Christopher of Mytilene and John Meropos. So you have these 11th century poets in Greek, in Constantinople, who are writing, they're using Greek hexameter prose, Homeric hexameter prose, dactylic hexameter, and they're writing in Attic Greek. They're bringing back the Greeks. They're bringing back the classics. They're writing about Homer. They're writing about Plato and Plutarch, and they have like hymns that are using the same meter that the ancient Greeks would use. They write about the Brumalia. So right here, you can see they're celebrating, they're literally bringing back Saturnalia. That's what that is. So the Brumalia is Saturnalia. They just don't call it that anymore. It's more secularized. But you can see they're celebrating the ancient rites over in Constantinople. And he says right here, he says, Eston philo nike foron apostilanta pempeta kata ton kairon tu Brumaliu. To my friend Nikiforos, who sent me cakes at the Brumalia. And he says, Emi gar edu Brumalion hoi logoi. Words for me are sweet Brumalia, as I am a devotee and worshiper of the Logos. He says, notice how he doesn't even use the word Jesus. He just says the Logos. He's being more philosophical. He's being more universal. He's thought, you could be a Platonist, and that can apply to you. He says, "Hos proscute kai latrete tu logu," which is, I am a devotee and worshiper of the Logos. And then he says, ton de stalenton pempaton tis moe Logos. What do I gain by cakes? What do I gain by the cakes that you sent me? Listen here, my sweet Nikiforos, which is loipon ge poinon su glue, and that's Byzantine. To put the word su in there isn't very ancient. That's very busy. You can see some of the Byzantine tendencies poke itself out. Glucos Nikiforos.
my sweet Nikephoros. Anyways, you can see they're trying to bring back that Attic style of Greek. And this is written in hexameter prose. He calls it the heroic prose, heroica. But he even has like hymns in here that are dedicated to Plutarch and Plato. Let me see if I can find that one real quick. There's some really good stuff in here, by the way. You can, and the reason why I think this is worth bringing up is because you can see the ending of the Dark Ages, where you can't find anything like this between 500 and 800. So, you know, that for 4 centuries of just, and look, some people will say, what about like I think Beowulf is dated to 800 or something like that. So I'd say that's also towards the end of the Dark Ages. Let's see, what's Beowulf? Beowulf is dated to 700 to 1000. The manuscripts we don't have any manuscripts before 975. So I would even say Beowulf is a product of the same period that I'm talking about. I would argue that Beowulf shows post Dark Age, post 800 AD, post Charlemagne. And I think Beowulf is post Charlemagne. I think so. I think that's safe to say. The Carolingian Renaissance, the Macedonian Renaissance. But during that time, I think Nonus was the last great poet. After Nonus, it's over with. But then you get this guy named Damascius. Let's see, when was he around from? Damascius was in the 500s. So even in the Dark Ages, you have, I'm not saying that there was nothing going on at all. Like that's a ridiculous statement for me to make. I'm saying that the level of the norm was down. So of course people can point to, but what about this philosopher? What about this one? What about this guy? What about Boethius? What about this? What about Damascius? I'm not saying it didn't exist. I'm not saying there's nothing at all. Some people go, what about this building right here that was built by the Goths in 600? I'm not saying they were completely like in the Stone Age. That's not what the Dark Ages is. I'm saying the norm was down. You're not getting Christopher Mytilene. You're not getting Homer. You're not getting Aeschylus. You're not getting the playwriters and the poets and the epics that we're used to in the classical Greek world between 500 and 800. But like I said, it doesn't mean that nothing existed. And by the way, these people, Damascius, he got kicked out of Constantinople. They kicked his ass out. So this was, you can see this is the beginning of the Dark Ages right here. So I guess one argument can be the Dark Ages is whenever this guy gets kicked out, 500 to 800, when you start to see a renaissance again in not just Constantinople, but also in Vienna or wherever Charlemagne was set up his empire. But that's what I mean when I talk about the Dark Ages. I understand the nuance. I understand that term is subjective. I understand why scholars don't want to use the term Dark Ages. I totally get it. Because it's subjective. It doesn't really tell us much. It's very particular to just 2 places. The Latin West and the Greek East. Doesn't say anything about China. Doesn't say anything about India. Doesn't say anything about nothing else, Persia, or even the New World where the Mayans and the Incas are living. So you can't use it as historiography. You can only use it as a descriptor of a specific part of the world at a specific part of time. That's it. And there's nothing wrong with that. I understand what scholars say, what scholars mean when they say I don't like using that term Dark Age. I get it. I wouldn't use it as historiography either. I'm just saying it's a fair description of the Greco-Roman Western world between 500 and 800 AD. Just saying. As far as literature goes, as far as what you're seeing behind me, which is all 700 BC to 400 AD, basically. And then there's a huge drop off, a huge like complete black hole all the way up until the 9th century again. So there you go. That's the Dark Ages. And I'm glad you brought up Third Sophistic, because it really was an intellectual revival of Hellenism
And Michael Sellos was at the heart of it. You know what I mean? And it leads to people like Plethon eventually. So thank you for that. Great super chat. Well worth bringing that up. Deuteronomy 23 excludes David from the assembly? Deuteronomy 23 is supposed to be written before David. So I don't know why would David be in Deuteronomy? Deuteronomy 23. Let's see what you mean by that. Let's go to Deuteronomy 23. So this is going to be okay. So let's see what you mean. I'm trying to see what you mean by this. Deuteronomy 23, exclusion from the assembly. No one who has been emasculated by crushing or cutting may enter the assembly of the Lord. No one born of a forbidden marriage, nor of their descendants, may enter the assembly of the Lord, nor the 10th generation. No Ammonite, no Moabite, or any descendants may enter the assembly of the Lord, not even in the 10th generation, for they did not come to meet you with bread and water on your way out of Egypt, and they hired Balaam, son of Beor, and Aram, Naharim, to pronounce the curse on you. However, the Lord your God would not listen to Balaam, but turned the curse into a blessing for you, because the Lord your God loves you. Do not seek a treaty of friendship with them. I mean, you mean like his marriage is forbidden? So look, I would argue that I would agree with you that there's these weird contradictions in the Bible where it says one thing and then later on in another text it says something completely goes against. For example, Deuteronomy talks about human sacrifice being an abomination. But then in Judges, let's go to Judges 11 right now. But then in Judges 11, look at this. Japheth went over to fight the Ammonites, and the Lord gave him into his hands, and he was devastated 20 towns. Japheth made a vow to the Lord. If you give me the Ammonites into my hands, whatever comes in the door of my house, I will, from when I return the Ammonites, I will be the Lord's. I will sacrifice as a burnt offering. When Jephthah returned to his home in Mitzpah, who should come out to meet him but his daughter, dancing to the sound of timbrels? She was only a child, except for her, and he was a virgin too. She was a virgin too, except for her had neither son nor daughter. And then look at this. After the 2 months, she returned, and he did to her as he had vowed, and she was a virgin. So you got human sacrifice. I don't know. It's a contradiction. So yeah, I mean, Deuteronomy, does it exclude David from the assembly? Probably. Does it really matter? No. Because that's just how the Bible is. That's just how the nature of these texts are. They contradict each other. So there's a lot of examples like that. So thank you for that. Alien Drosaverdio, thank you for the 5. Fragments are at the end. Oh yeah, you already said, or I already saw this one. Okay. What's with all the translations of Numbers 23:19? What do you mean, all the translations? Numbers 23:19. What do you mean? Is there a lot of different is there a lot of different versions of it? Is that what you're saying? Here, let's see. I'm just going to go to Bible Hub just right now just to see what the translations are. So, I hate when this happens, but I can't zoom out. God is not human that he should die, that he should lie, not a human being that he should change his mind. God is not a man, so he does not lie. He is not a human, so he does not change his mind. God is not a man that he should lie, or has he spoken and will not fulfill it. Here's a different looking one. God is not a man that he should lie, neither the Son of Man that he should repent. Hath he said? That's funny because Jesus literally says, I am the Son of Man. He's just saying, I'm not God. I'm literally like, hey God, hey Moses, I'm I'm God, Yahweh. Just so you know, God is not a man, and he's not the Son of Man either. 2,000 years later, Jesus comes along. I am the Son of Man. I'm also God. It's silly, dude. It's silly shit right here. It's all silly. It's all very, very silly, guys. So, God, here's a weird one. God is not like people. He tells no lies. He is not like humans. He doesn't change his mind. When he says something, he does it. When he makes a promise, he keeps it. See how different some of these translations can get from the other ones? Majority text translations. God is not a man that he should lie, or a son of man that he should change his mind. Does he speak and not act? Does he promise and not fulfill? That looks like probably a good translation. Anyways, thank you for that super chat. S-Mail, thank you for the $5. Be interested how much you think Charles Godfrey Leland got from Greco-Roman myth for Aradia, Gospel of the Witches. I never read that, so I have no idea. And I wish I did so I can answer this question, but I never read the Aradia Gospel of the Witches. Sounds very interesting. I'm into that kind of thing. I mean, it sounds like a very fascinating story or myth or legend or whatever it is, but I've never read it. So something I'll look into. Thank you for that. Jacob, thank you for the $5. Check out how Galileo was credited with science discoveries he ripped off from John Philoponus from East Rome in the 500s. Love the channel. Great work. Galileo, John Philoponus. Let's look up John Philoponus. John Philoponus. This is someone who I'm not very familiar with. So here we go. We got this John the Grammarian, right at the end of that 5th century, early 6th century. Oh, no, yeah. He lived a long time, all the way through the 6th century. John of Alexandria was a Coptic Miaphysite, philologist, Aristotelian commentator. This is a end of the good ages right here. This is one of the last of the educated elites of the ancient antiquity. That's what it sounds like. Who authored a number of philosophical treatises and theological works. Now, okay, so you know what's interesting about this? Let's see. What did he discover that that I wonder if there's anything in here about Galileo. Here we go, right here. Concerning the discussion of space, Philoponus' claim that every point in space is possible to draw identical figures made him be perceived as an innovative thinker who influenced later Renaissance scholars. For instance, Gianfresco Pico della Mirandola and Galileo. Thus, Philoponus' idea of perspective signifies the concept of space as immaterial, three-dimensional medium which objects are located. Now, you know what's interesting about this? As I literally just said, I literally just made an argument that the Dark Ages starts around 500, and then you have this guy. It's almost like this is the final product of the ancient world. This guy right here. He's like the product. He's like the final product of all the knowledge of the ancient world leads up to this guy right here. And then it's just pause. And then 600 AD, 700 AD, 900 AD, 1000 AD. And then all of a sudden they start thinking in terms of literature and knowledge again. And then slowly they get back to his level. And then you get to Galileo, and then it's like resume, plush play again. And then all of a sudden you have the Enlightenment and the So I'm saying it's just funny to me how when you look at the Renaissance, all the Renaissance is a rediscovery or a return back to classical antiquity. We went backwards. Now we're going back to classical antiquity. Press play, and then now let it all unfold, and then you get the Enlightenment eventually. But you needed to go back to Aristotle to find the scientific method. You needed to go back to Aristotle's discovery of the laws of logic. You know, A equals A, the laws of logic, which is the basis of all knowledge. Basically, how do we know? It's the basis of all epistemology, Aristotle. And it's just fascinating to me how you can do a straight line. Here, I made an X post a while ago, not that long ago, but I'm gonna see if I can find it. Where I talk about Galileo. Let me see. Let me see real quick. Galileo. Oh, my light thing turned off. Let me just hold on. I'll fix it. Where is it? Here we go. So I had to copy his name incorrectly so I could find it. Oh, that's not the right page. What am I doing? So I just did a search in my own personal Twitter. And this is what I wrote. And then let's see, when did I write this? February. I wrote, there's a straight line. Make sure you guys can see this correctly. Let me make this bigger. There is a straight, uninterrupted line from Plato to Platon, Aristotle to Galileo, from classical Athens to Renaissance Florence, the Academy. We call this the golden chain. Read Gemistus Platon. Read books about Platon. You see, I was really feeling it right now. He refused to write in Byzantine dialect of his time and wrote pure Attic Greek as he lived in the time of Plato. As if he lived in the time of Plato. He lives in the 1400s, by the way, if anyone's wondering. But he was highly respected by the final ruling house of the Roman Empire, the House of Paleologos, despite his rejection of Christianity in favor of the old gods, Plato and Zoroaster. He once tried to convince Pope Eugene IV to rejoin the Eastern Orthodox Church to strengthen the West against Islam, but failed. His hymns and laws were preserved by his student, Marcelino Ficino, and Cosimo Medici, and studied by the artists and philosophers of the Florentine Platonic Academy, which produced Toscanelli, mathematician, astronomer, cartographer, influenced early navigation theory. Pacioli brought Euclidean geometry into artistic proportion theory, like the golden ratio. Tartaglia advanced algebra, ballistics, mathematics. Leonardo da Vinci, I don't even need to explain who that is. Botticelli, don't even need to explain who that is. Michelangelo, don't even got to explain who that is. And eventually, Galileo, who needs no introduction. And so there's some books on that you can look into. But the point is like you can see the straight line going from all these different thinkers. So thank you for that super chat. Before I go to the next one, I'm going to fix my light, and I'll just play this clip again. I'll just keep playing this clip again until I get my light fixed.
As a storage area, because the law dictates this, we did what we had to do. We stored the statue inside the storage space, and externally, we made it in every way we had the right to do. Besides, many homes, thousands of homes, millions of homes around the world, and houses are built in a similar way. Wherever you go in Greece and abroad, you will see homes that mimic the ancient Greek style on the outside. That's what we did as well. Or we got a warehouse permit from the urban planning office regularly, and suddenly one day, a police unit comes down with a document from the Ministry of Education which stated that if it is determined to be a place of worship, if it is established, then proceed in cooperation with urban planning if established and provided to seal the space. Urban planning did not come. Only the police came with an order from the prosecutor, verbal, and they sealed the space without the urban planning office. That is the most competent because the police are executive authority. The urban planning office needed to come here to this place to decide if it was legal or not. The place was sealed, and subsequently, after many days, the urban planning office came, inspected the site, and found everything in order with a relevant document.
So, just wanted to get that playing while I was pulling this all together. 1 second. Put this over here for now. Okay, so on to the next super chat, which was Marie Captain Picard. Thank you for the $10. Do you know when Christians started using the cross as a symbol? Did it start in Rome or Judea? Any contemporary texts you can recommend on this topic? What a good question. When does the cross become the symbol of Christianity? Because I don't know if you can necessarily point to the first century as the cross being the major symbol. I know the Chi-Rho has its origins. Let me see, Chi-Rho. I know the Chi-Rho goes back pretty, I don't know how old, maybe 3rd or 2nd century. Let me see. Here's the Chi-Rho. Let's see. When did we first start? The Chi-Rho was a symbol used by Constantine the Great in the 300s. That's 4th century. Some pre-Christian times, the Chi-Rho was a symbol to mark particular relevant passages in the mark. Creston, good. Yeah, I was just going to bring that up. You have the coins of Ptolemy where there's a Chi-Rho because it means the word Creston, which isn't it interesting? It's very close to Creastone, and it literally is a symbol of good, the good. And then sure enough, the Christianity is the symbol of selfish. Here it is right here. See right here, the Chi-Rho. So there already was like a pre-Christian Chi-Rho, and it's fascinating because it comes out of Egypt, and it happens to be where the Egyptian Ankh, which is a symbol of eternal life, and let me see if I can find Egyptian Ankh. The Ankh. So this is it's just one of these like weird, I don't know if I want to call it a coincidence. Maybe it's not a coincidence, but the symbol of eternal life is literally a cross. I mean, it's a little odd to me that this is like, that just happens to be the symbol that ends up, like Christianity ends up using it. And this is a very famous symbol in like Osiris culture. The symbol of eternal life. And you can see even in the Hellenistic period. Oh, by the way, even Judeans have him on there. This is the Hezekiah stone from King Hezekiah, the Jewish king of Jerusalem, having a Ankh on his. Look at this. This is a Christian New Testament manuscript where they have the Ankh as the Christian symbol. So I don't know, man. There's another one, 4th, 1st, 5th century AD, Christian symbols. There's a Chi-Rho in the middle. So you get these are both pre-Christian symbols being reused by Christians to represent the cross of Christianity. So what I'm getting at is, when can we finally point to the Christians using this for Christianity only? I don't know. Look at this right here from this art survivals from ancient Egypt. The Ankh was one of the few ancient Egyptian artistic motifs that continued to be used after the Christianization of Egypt during the 4th and 5th centuries. Notice how it's 4th and 5th centuries. That's a big deal. People think like 1st century came around, Jesus gets crucified, and everyone just starts converting to Christianity. No one did. No one even cared about Christianity until after they made it policy that there is no other religion except for Christianity. That's when the Christianization of the empire happens, in the 4th and 5th century AD. Christianity is late. But it says right here, the starogram has been suggested to be influenced by the Ankh. The earliest Christian used the sign around 200 AD, well before the earliest Christian adoption of the Ankh. Huh. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think there might be some evolution of these ideas that are more... Like, I don't know if you guys remember I had a conversation with an Egyptologist, Kara Cooney. Let me see if I can find it, actually. See if I can find Kara Cooney on here.
Where is it?
Me and Osiris and
No. Where's the video I did with her? Am I spelling her name wrong or something? Here, I'll just go here and go to Osiris. Whoops. Here we go. I'm just gonna play. Just play. Let's just listen to the intro. Like I this fire intro in this video.
Religious than any place on.
he shall have offered wine and cakes. Now every coup for whom such things are done shall have an existence among the living ones, and he shall never perish, and he shall have being like unto that of the holy God.
This idea of a bodily resurrection, you're exactly right. And I think the comparison is very apt between Jesus and Osiris. And it's also not just a bodily resurrection, it's a seasonal, yearly resurrection. It goes with the cycles of the seasons. For those people who might be upset, oh, how dare you say that Jesus comes from Osiris? I'll say that we're all working with the same matter of this earth. We're all working with the same seasonality, love, which it's such a massive concept. And the Egyptians use the word love all the time. But love, mer is the word for love, merut. How does one understand this? The force, it's not divinized. It's not something that can move about on its own. There's no goddess of love necessarily, though Hathor is often put into that category. And this idea of an Eros childlike, fat cuddly baby kind of God is also a very Egyptian thing, and that would be Horus the child, held by his mother, a mother's love for that child, a child's love for that mother, very strong bond, an unbreakable bond. The old Levantine traditions, Jewish traditions, which have picked many things up from Mesopotamian traditions. This stuff is deep and it's messy. Jesus, in my opinion, and in the opinion of many other Egyptologists, is very much an amalgamation of both Osiris and Horus. Both of those are melded together.
So, okay, I mean, it's funny because when I talk about this a lot, we had these actual specialists, like a Bible scholar would never say that. But then you have an actual Egyptologist who studies Egypt and Egyptian texts, and they're the ones who are saying all this stuff. But the Bible scholar who doesn't study Egypt is like, no, that's not true. But you don't study Egypt, so how do you know? How do you know? How could you possibly know if you have no Coptic background, you don't know anything about Osiris, you don't know anything about Horus, you know nothing about Egyptian religion. But then if an Egyptologist who studies Egypt is right or wrong about what their own studies are. It's weird. You only see this in biblical studies, man. I'm telling you, it's something crazy. I realized something in one of the oldest manuscripts of the Bible that we have, which is, I think it's called Papyrus 66. Let me see if I can find it. Papyrus 66. Here we go. This is it right here. This one right here, Papyrus 66. I know this one, and somewhere in here, there's a cross, there's a Chi Rho, which means, and they use it as like a symbol, like a Christian symbol. It's in here somewhere. I don't know if they don't have it on the Wikipedia page for some reason, but that at the very least, we could say by the end of the 2nd century or whenever this is dated to. I don't know if this is dated to end of 2nd century, maybe. Let's see, dating. When is the dating of this thing? Date 150 to 250. So yeah, like right beginning of the 3rd century, end of the 2nd century, you can start to find the Chi Rho making its way into the Christian iconography, symbols, and all that stuff. So let me see if I can find an image of it. See if I can find it. Doesn't say it on here. Here we go. I found it. Okay. Here we go. Check this out. This is it. So I would say this is probably the oldest physical cross, and it's marking the end of the page. You can see it. It actually looks like the Ankh. It's got the little circle on top. So I would argue that that symbol is adopted by the Christians from the Egyptians. And I want to make something really, really, really clear right now. I don't think people realize how much Christianity is inspired by Egyptian Osiris religion. I'm going to say that again. I do not think people realize. Let me see if I can find this little super chat that I'm on. I cannot stress how in my work or studies or education, research, whatever you want to call it, in my journey, if you want to call it that, in my journey, I cannot stress how much Egyptian Osiris culture inspires Christianity. People go, wait a minute, I thought what about Dionysus? What about this? That is the Egyptian Osiris religion. Read, I'm telling you right now, you got to read Plutarch's on Isis and Osiris. It's one of the most important primary sources ever of all time, ever. Hands down. There's nothing more, like it's so important because it shows you the syncretic nature of the late first century, the time of the Gospels, of what people were thinking about when they talk about the divinities of gods who save people, gods who die and resurrect, of how we can mix together different gods like Dionysus and Osiris. Is Dionysus. Look at this. Look at this. This is Plutarch. Right at the same time the Gospels are being written, he's saying Osiris is identical with Dionysus. He doesn't say Osiris is heavily influenced by, or Dionysus is heavily influenced. Osiris is identical with Dionysus. Who could be more fittingly to know than yourself, Clea? For you are the head of the inspired maidens of Delphi. Maidens of Delphi? That's the sanctuary of Apollo. Plutarch would say, exactly, motherfucker. Apollo is the same god too. So is Adonis. And so is Sol Invictus. And so is Ion. And they're doing what's called a theocracia. Anyways, this is what I think Christianity is. Christianity is a response to the syncretic nature of first century religion, and have been consecrated by your father and mother in the holy rites of Osiris. If, however, for the benefit of others, it is needed to adduce proofs of this identity, let us leave undisturbed what may be told, but the public ceremonies which the priests perform in the burial of Apis. Burial of Apis. That's the bull. And he's also equated with Apaphis, the god, the divine child Apaphis. When they convey his body on an improvised bier, do not in any way come short of a Bacchic procession, for they fasten skins of fawns about themselves and carry Bacchic wands and indulge in shoutings and movements exactly as they do who are under the spell of the Dionysiac ecstasies. This is all of the spring equinox too, for the Easter time. For the same reason of the Greeks make statues of Dionysus in the form of a bull, and make the women of Elis invoke him, praying that the god may come with the hoof of a bull. That particular one's in the winter solstice, the Elis one. That's called the Epiphany of Dionysus. And they make the god come. That's the god who comes. And the epithet applied to Dionysus among our guys is the son of the bull. They call him out of the water by the sounds of trumpets, the same time casting into the depths a lamb as an offering. See that? The lamb? The depths, a lamb as an offering to the keeper of the gate. The Lamb of God. This Dionysus-Osiris fusion, of Ion, Dionysus, Osiris, Adonis, The fusion is the Lamb of God. They make it into the depths, a lamb as an offering to the keeper of the gate. The trumpets they conceal in Bacchic wands, as Socrates has stated in his treatise on the holy ones. And the word they use, osion. Osion. Patty, osion. Let's take a look at that word. Let's take a look at that word. Actually, before we look at that word, let's keep going. The tales regarding the Titans and the rites celebrated by night agree with the accounts of the dismemberment of Osiris and his, they use the word revivication, but it's literally the word for resurrection. And anabiose. Literally the word for Osiris's resurrection. Similar agreement is found, too, in the tales about the sepulchres. You know, that word sounds familiar, right? The Egyptians, as already been stated, point out the tombs of Osiris in many places, and the people of Delphi believe that the remains of Dionysus rest with them close beside the oracle. And the holy ones, there's that word again, osioi, we're going to look at that in a second. The holy ones offer a secret sacrifice in the shrine of Apollo. Whenever the devotees of Dionysus wake the god, they literally wake the god. Where's the word? Let's see. Wake the god, the holy ones, and the holy ones offer a secret sacrifice in the shrine of Apollo. Whenever the devotees of Dionysus wake the god. Where is it? Wake the god of the mystic basket. Oh, here it is, right here. Here it is. They use the word egersen. That's the word they use for Jesus in the New Testament. That's a form of the word egersen. Egerosi, ton likneten, which is the basket. So you literally have a resurrection rituals going on in Osiris, in Plutarch's Osiris. It's about resurrection, guys. What more do I need to what more do I need to prove to people? I don't understand this. It's right there. They resurrect the god of the mystic basket to show that the Greeks regard Dionysus as Lord and master not only of wine, but of the nature of every sort of moisture. You know what I mean? Water, baptism. It is enough that Pindar be our witness when he says, "May gladsome Dionysus swell the fruit upon the trees, the hallowed splendor of our harvest time." For this reason, all who reverence Osiris are prohibited from destroying a cultivated tree or blocking up a spring of water. Do you understand what's going on here? This is the God of life and resurrection and the swelling of fruits in the springtime and the hallowed splendor of harvest time. He's the God of life itself. He's the God of resurrection and death and resurrection. And this combination of these gods in this time period is what influences Christianity. So when you have a God of life whose symbol is the cross, and you go, "I don't think that has anything to do with Osiris. This is parallelomania." I just think you look stupid. I don't care. I'll say it. I think you are like this, closing your eyes and plugging your ears when you deny what's right in front of you. So, okay. I just want to show something one more time. Annex. Let me see the word annex. Let me see. Apathis. Here we go. So Plutarch, in that same book, later on says this. The Greeks consecrate ivy to Dionysus, and they said it's about the ivy of Kinosiris, the name meaning the plant of Osiris. And he says, blah, 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 blah. He says, Osiris, properly interpreted, means sturdy. I leave out the account of Menasius' annexation. So this author from 200 BC that Plutarch is citing annexes all these gods into one. He annexes Dionysus, Osiris, and Serapis to a god named Epaphus, who I'm about to get to in a second. But before I get there, I want to show you something real quick. Perseus Tufts. Let's go to Perseus Tufts. Okay, check this out, right? This is that word, osios, that Plutarch used for the holy ones. Hallowed, divine law, make holy. This is the word we're looking for. To make holy, to keep oneself pure. Notice how it has the word osios, like Osiris, right? And it means these are the holy ones. This is what the saints are. The word saints, they use this word. This means saint, holy one. But it's funny because the root of the word sounds like Osiris, and people thought that too. Plutarch says that. Plutarch thinks the word has to do with Osiris. I don't even know if he's right or not. He might be right. It might not. It might be a complete coincidence, just like Dispater and Jupiter are coincidence. Which is weird that those things happen all the time. It's kind of fascinating. Divine law, osio, is another word that's related to this. A divine law is called an osia. It is against the law of God. Let's see. Hallowed. Sanctioned or allowed by the law of God. Osios. Sanctioned by divine law. Osios. Here we go right here. Of persons pious, devout, religious. Let me see if I can find any of Paul. I think Paul uses this letter in some of his epistles. Let's see if I can find one in here real quick. Hold on one second. So let's see. 1 Timothy. Here we go. 1 Timothy, he uses that word osios to describe holy hands. It's also found in the book of Psalms. It's in the book of Acts. Here we go. Acts 2:27. Greek. Check this out. That word that we were just looking at in Plutarch. Hote uk en catalepsis ten suken mu es eden ude dosis. Here it is. Will you allow the Holy One? And look at the word. Hosion. Hosion, that rough breathing. Hosion su edin diaptoron. So he's basically saying, in the book, whoever wrote Acts is saying, Acts 2:27. Let's do Acts 2:27. I just want to read a regular verse. A regular verse from like the NIV. Because you will not abandon me, the realm of the dead, but you will not let your Hosion one decay. So notice how it's a passage about the dead. But you can think, look at the soul to Hades. Hades is Osiris, guys. Isn't that crazy? Like the word is being used in the same exact context that you find in these Greco-Egyptian context. The holy ones, the saints, Osiris, Hosion. I'm just saying, I don't know. I think there's something going on here. I think there's more than just both gods die and resurrect. I think there's something culturally significant about Osiris, about Hades, about Dionysus, about Dispatar and the underworld god and Adonis and all this stuff. I think there's something deeply rooted in Christianity when we're talking about this type of culture. So, thank you for that super chat. Greece, thank you for the $10. Greece captured Lemnos from the Ottomans in 1912. Children ran to see what Hellenes looked like. The soldiers said, "Aren't you Greek too?" And they said, I know this story, I've heard this a million times. The children on this Greek island in 1912 said they were Roman. They were Romoi. And we're not Greeks, we're Romans. Isn't that something? Because we think of we're Western, we're from the Latin world. That's why our alphabet's Latin, even though we speak English, Germanic language, we're still Latins because we use the Latin alphabet. And we think of ourselves as the children of the real Romans, the Latin Romans. But the Byzantines are like, no, we're the true successors of the Roman Empire. And we're like, you guys are just Greeks. No, we're Romans. That's what they say. We're Romans. So that's very fascinating. And I love that story, by the way. That's awesome. So thank you for that. Umbor Torgi with the $10. Have you ever considered parallels between Medea's role with Jason in the Argonautica and Mary Magdalene's role with Jesus, a woman tied to healing, anointing, Christing the hero near death? Absolutely. I've made this connection 100 times on my channel. Talked about this 100 times. Absolutely. It's weird because the roles sort of reverse. Whereas Jason is the hero and he gets anointed by Medea. But Jason, but in the story of Christ, Jesus is more of the Medea. He's more of the healer. He's more of the sage. He's more of the, even though Mary's not the hero going out to fight a war, still. But you can see the connection, the relationship between Medea and Jason is very much in close relation, or some sort of mimesis happening with Jesus and Mary. Also, it's funny because there's multiple Marys in the text, and I almost wonder if the author of Mark is doing this on purpose because their name starts with M-A. Like these are a bunch of Marys and Marthas, Maenads. I think there's something going on there with Jesus and his Maenads. And the fact that they're all named Mary and Martha, and there's all these different, it just feels like there's something going on with that. And Mary is the Egyptian word for blessed. Isis's epithet is Isis Mary. And I talked to an Egyptologist about this, and she said, yeah, Isis's epithet is Mary, which is beloved. And some people think the name Maryam in Hebrew is actually a borrowing from Egyptian Mary. So the Hebrew name Maryam, actually just means beloved. It's literally Isis's epithet. So Isis, Isis is the one who gives birth to in the Plutarch version. Or I'm sorry, in the Diodorus of Sicily version, it's Isis who gives birth to Dionysus. Isis is the mother of the Epiphany God, the Christ. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to look up Apophis. So this god that I just mentioned, who's all these gods are equated with. So if I go back to Plutarch, all right, let me just go back to Plutarch really quick. And Plutarch says this weird passage where all these gods, Dionysus, Osiris, and Serapis, are Apophis. They're all the same god, he's saying. Well, that's interesting. When we look up Apophis, what do we find there? I mean, who's this Apophis god? Well, it turns out he's very ancient. Goes back to Egypt, and the Hyksos are named after Apapi. One of the Hyksos rulers is named Apapi, and it's the same cognate with Apophis, the Apis bull. But the Greeks adopt this god into their own, and it goes all the way back to Homer mentions Apophis, and Herodotus mentions Apophis, Aeschylus mentions Apophis. Super ancient. Look what he says. you'll give birth. Let's talk about Io. So in Prometheus Bound, Io, I don't know if you guys know this, Io is Isis. And I think Plutarch even says this. No, he doesn't say that in this exact text, but Io is Isis is look at this. Here, let me share my screen. Let me just back off of here for 1 second, and I'll show you what I mean by this. This is so important. When we're talking about Christianity and Horus and Osiris, we got to know something. Io, this goddess Io, is Isis. Watch this. This is mentioned by Herodotus, by the way. Io as Isis. We're a poor couple when Telusa becomes pregnant, her husband tells her they cannot afford to have a daughter, and they have no option to kill the child. Months later, Io, in the story mentioned as Isis, comes in a vision to Telethusa, telling her that she should keep the daughter when it is born, and blah, 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 and the boy's name is Iphis. Watch this. Later in the story, Isis changes Iphis' sex when she is supposed to marry her fiance, Ianthe. So Io is Isis. They're the same deity. And all the Greeks understood this. They all knew this. And this is in Apollodorus' Bibliotheca too. Apollodorus' Bibliotheca, he says Isis is Io. So I'll find that in a second. Okay, so back to Topos' text. When he talks about Io in the story of Prometheus Bound, he tells Io, who's Isis, you'll give birth to a son named after Zeus's fathering, Dark Apathos. Now it's translated as brushed against, but it really means to touch. Just to touch. Apathos means to touch. Let me see if I can find no, I can't. Okay. Meaning brushed against. Who will reap crops from all the land, the broad flowering Nile rivers. The 5th generation after him, composed of 50 children, blah, 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 blah. All these prophecies, right? Even Jerome talks about this. Look at Jerome, church father. Accordingly, to some, Io proceeded to Egypt, and there was named Isis, who married Telegonus and fathered Apathis of the Hebrews. What? Who's Apathis of the Hebrews? No one knows. No one knows what he's talking about here, by the way. Apathis of the Hebrews. In the 80th year, Moses is the leader. So it must be talking about Epapi, the Hyksos king. And let me show you what I mean by that. So this is like this. We're talking like this is like bringing us. This is the whole of antiquity. This is all throughout the whole of antiquity, leading up to Christianity. All this is in the backdrop. See this? Apathis was a Hyksos ruler, and according to Jeremiah, is this Hebrew before Moses, and he's linking up the Hyksos to literally the son of Isis. Is this guy right here a Hebrew, according to church doctrine? So something weird is going on in here, right? Something weird is in the backdrop going on. Anyways, let's go back to the sources about who this God is. So let me see. Look right here. You have, when she arrived at the flowery banks of the Nile, gadfly-driven Io bare the child Apathis. There she bore him, ruled over linen robe, teeming with majestic. This is obviously a really badly beaten papyrus. The greatest mortal from the race of Cadmus, son of Agenor, begat Semele, the 7-gated thieves, and she bore the rouser of the Bacchans, Dionysus. So what is going on here? Well, you have the pagan equivalent of Jesus, who's from a holy line that goes, the Davidic holy line, basically. But instead of David, It's Epaphras, who's the progenitor of Dionysus, the second coming of the Messiah. You see what I'm talking about here? There's a whole genealogy from Epaphras down to Dionysus. Ovid's Metamorphosis. And since that time, the linen-wearing throng of Egypt adored her as a god, talking about Isis. For they believed the seed of Jove prevailed. And when her time was due, she bore to him a son called Epaphras, who also dwells in the temples with his mother. Now Phaethon, whose father was the sun, was equal to his rival Epaphras in mind and years, and he was glad to boast of the wonders, nor would yield to Epaphras for the ride of Phobos, his reputed sire, unable to endure it, Io's son, the Lord of Day. Anyways, I'm trying to find where he's born. It's a virgin birth, by the way. That's what I'm trying to find, you guys. Let's see if I can find it here. Where is it? Is this it? I don't know where it is, but I know. Here we go. Is this Hesiod that says this? Huge earth bear these to Epaphras, soothsaying. No, that's not it. There's a source from antiquity where it talks about Epaphras being born of a light that came down from Zeus that impregnated Isis. So literally, Isis is just sitting there doing nothing. Zeus sends down his light, and she gets pregnant and gives birth. It's literally the most virgin birth thing ever. And Isis's epithet is Parthenos. Did you guys know that? That's one of her epithets, the Parthenos, the virgin. The virgin gave birth to the child. Let's see if I can find it. Nonus, that's Nonus. Hold on. Let me just see if I can find it in Epaphras born of light. Let's see. Hyginus. Is that who it is? Hyginus? It's got to be in here somewhere. Okay, I got to keep looking. I should know where this source is. I just did a video on it not that long ago. Here's the one we just saw. Dionysus, Osiris, and Osiris together, and it makes them with the same as Epaphras. Herodotus. Herodotus said, this is 450 BC. Herodotus says, now Apis Epaphras is a calf born of a cow who after is not permitted to conceive any other offspring. Who after this is not permitted to conceive any other offspring. He's talking about Isis, who's the cow. And the Egyptians say that the flash, here it is right here. And the Egyptians say that the flash of light comes down from heaven upon this cow, and she produces Apis. Told you. This is the calf, which is called Apis, is black and has the following signs, namely a white square upon the forehead, and the black like the likeness of an eagle. Now check this out. This cow, watch this. Let me see if I can find. Book of the Heavenly Cow. Here we go. I think this is it. The Book of the Heavenly Cow is an ancient Egyptian text, which is the sky goddess Nut depicted as a cow. Now, I know this is Nut here, but Isis takes on this role later in the Hellenistic period. She subsumes all the roles of Nut, who is the cow goddess, but this becomes Isis. She becomes this cow goddess whose role is to give birth to the chosen one, to the savior of all, who is this child. And it's Horus or Apophis, depending on what source we're looking at. Now, you need to see this, though. I need you to see something where literally Io is called the Virgin or Parthenos. And Kore too, Kori, which is the name of Persephone. Let's say which source is the Aeschylus is Prometheus bound. Yes, Io begins as a virgin priestess. So let's go back to the Topos text again. Let's go back to the Topos text again, and let's type in. Let's see. Let's see. Can we do word search for Io? Let me see if I can do a virgin. No. Okay, hold on one second. Let me just see something real quick. Parthenos. Okay, so here's Io in the Hellenistic period. And you can see she still has the cow horns. There is right there. Io as the cow. See it? She's the cow. There's the cow horns again. Look, they're holding the instruments of Isis. Io is welcomed in Egypt by Isis. This is all like very deep. Io recognized by her father. She's a cow. She's literally made into a cow. And she's a virgin, by the way. She's she's literally called Io Parthenos. Io the Virgin. Parthenon. Io Parthenon. I want to find you that. I want to find you that exact source where she's called the Virgin. But anyways, Herodotus even says that she's born of Zeus sending down his light and impregnating the cow, which is Io. And let me see if I can find. There was an article that I had. I was looking for. I'm trying to find that article again. Maybe I have to type it in Greek. Parthenos. Where the hell did that article go? Is this it? Thugater, maiden. No, that's not it. Toric, Iphigenia, unnamed goddess, Parthenos. Okay, Athena's called it. Vestal virgins are called it. And let's see. Virgo, Kore. It's not in this particular. Huh. don't know why I can't find it. Anyways, you get the point. You get the point. I think I've beat a dead horse here. So thank you for that super chat. Let's see. Let's keep going. Thank you for Anti-Contrarian for the super chat. Goddess tradition was imposed or voluntary. Did it fall due to farming, Proto-Indo-European migration? Did men demand more power once warfare became more common? I don't know. I don't think, because I mean, all the way up until the late antiquity, goddesses are still part of the traditions. I mean, if you look at the Roman triad, the Roman triad, it is the Capitoline triad or the Archaic triad. But let's go to the Capitoline triad. What do you have? Look at this. You have, that's not it. Capitoline triad. Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva. You have two goddesses and one god. So the highest gods still have goddesses there. I don't know. I don't know if it just, I don't know what happened. I think Christianity, because even Christianity has Mary. You still have the Mary veneration. So I think the goddess tradition just kind of worked itself out naturally. I don't think it was due to anything or farming or anything. I don't know. Even the Demeter cult in Eleusis was subsumed into the cult of Demetra, which is Saint Demetra. Saint Demetra was Demeter. So I can find that. Here. Is this it? Here we go. Let me see if I can find this real quick. So, Cartiers of Eleusis. I was here, by the way. Following the Christianization of the Roman Empire, one of the Cartiers was dubbed Saint Demetra by the locals and venerated as a patron saint of agriculture and crops throughout the following centuries. Saint Demetra was removed from Eleusis in 1801 by Englishman Edward Daniel Clark, who later donated to the University of Cambridge. So we're talking Christians still worshiping Demeter through a secret patron sainthood. So it looked like this, but it was a saint, Saint Demeter. She becomes a saint in the church. I mean, isn't that wild? Look at this. After Theodosius issued the Edict of Thessalonica, the famous edict you all know if you watch my channel, banning paganism throughout the Roman Empire, people in Greece continued to worship Demeter through a new cult, Saint Demetra, as patron saint of agriculture. Isn't that funny? Agriculture, that's what the Eleusinian Mysteries was all about. The people of Eleusis venerated the caryatid as an icon of Saint Demetra and would cover it with flowers and garlands as they believed that the goddess was able to bring fertility to their fields and bless their crops. Goddesses and women in Indic tradition. So, this is peer-reviewed stuff. The story sounding Saint Demetra had many similarities to Demeter's daughter Persephone's abduction by the underworld king Hades. But only in a Christian context, the girl had been abducted by a Turk. By a Turk instead. Those evil fucking Turks, man. They kidnapped our saint, dude. The worship of the marble sculpture as uncanonized Saint Demetra was against the traditions in the iconoclastic church. Nevertheless, those traditions continued during the period of the Eastern Roman Empire and after its fall well into the Ottoman Empire. Isn't that crazy? I mean, look at this. There's so much data about this. We know, like, this is crazy to me. This is crazy to me. Look at this. Talk about drugs, right? Talk about Christianity and drugs. You guys loved that, right? Look at this. The vessel on both the caryatids are decorated with emblems associated with the rituals of the Eleusinian mysteries. This is on a Christian iconography, guys. This is not mind-blowing. Such as ears of corn, rosettes, cakes, and bundles of myrtle. A plemoko was carved directly above the brow of each female figure. That is a container where the koukeon, you guys know what this is, right? Was likely held. The kaikion was a sacred drink used during initiation in the Eleusinian mysteries, guys. We're talking about this is part of Christianity now. Is that, I mean, seriously, is that not mind-blowing or what? Doesn't that make you, like, I don't know if that makes you mad or happy. I don't know what to think about it. Like, what do I do with this information? That type of stuff. So, great super chat. Thank you. Medieval East Romans used grenades on the Turks besieging them at Manzikert in 1054. You were just talking about the Turks too. Yeah, Constantinople was the new Rome. That's they still sing they still want their city back. Greeks want Constantinople back. They want Istanbul to be Constantinople again. They literally do. I'm not kidding. They literally do. You can ask a lot of Greeks would really like to see the greater Greece be back to Greece. Like they don't get along with the Turks, man. It sucks, but it's true. It's just the truth, man. And I don't blame them too. I can't. Who am I to tell them get along with everyone? No, they have their history. They are passionate Greeks. They want what they want. You know what I mean? It's just the way the world is, man. And so, what was I going to say? Yeah. Let's go to the next super chat. Check out the Byzantine Republic by Caldulus. He says, when the Byzantines called their state the Politeia, it was translation of the Respublica. Yeah, I'm definitely. I mean, look, just look at the Byzantine Empire. When you look at the like the Byzantine Empire, right? For example, like it's called the Byzantine Empire by us. But if you look at what they are, this was the Roman Empire. I mean, like we're talking Rome is part of the empire still. They moved the capital here. This is what happened. They moved the capital to here, from here. And then over time, they start to neglect the West and they start focusing on just the East. So when Italy falls to the Goths, people in the West think that's the fall of the empire. But in the East, they do not think that at all. They think they are still the same exact Roman Empire. They've never fell. They're still from all the way to the days of Augustus, going back all the way to Romulus, there is a continuation all the way till 1453 right here. And guess what? And the reason why this is such a crazy location is because even according to their mythology, they are descendants from Aeneas. Aeneas is from Troy, which is right here. Right here. So they came from this region. They moved here, and then they moved back. Isn't that like they are true Romans? There's nothing not Roman about that. You know what I mean? So they have every right to call themselves Romans. They are Romans. Look, by the time you get to 814, that's just all that's left. Is the green. They're done for. They don't last. Like they don't grow. I mean, they last, but they don't grow. They don't expand ever. It's the ever shrinking empire. Like they even get sacked by the Latins in 1204. It becomes a Latin empire again for a little while. It's a crazy history when you think about Roman history. It's nuts. It's absolutely wild shit. Like transformations in religion, transformations of political power, transformations of language, transformations of geography. Everything changes. There's nothing static, or there's nothing still. It's all static about the empire. So, Appreciate that. Let's see. Have you ever heard the Catholics worship Lucifer? No. I know the name Lucifer just means light bringer in Latin. So you have saint, like before that translation thing happens, you have saints that are called Lucifer. So they don't think this matters at all, because in Latin, Lucifer just means light bringer. So look at this. Saint Lucifer, 370. Now this is before all those stupid translations of the Bible by Jerome start to influence the masses, because not everyone can read. So not everyone's reading Jerome's Bible. It's not till later. It's not till it's not till like way later in like the 1500s when all of a sudden people start reading the Bibles for themselves and they're going, oh my God, Lucifer, Isaiah 14. Oh my God, Lucifer is Satan. And it's all based on a bad translation of the Greek, which is Eosphoros, which is from Hillel ben Shachor in Hebrew. And Shachor means shining one, and the king of Babylon falls like the shining star in heaven. He falls. And they're laughing and they're mocking him. Ezekiel or Isaiah's taunting him, laughing at him. Ha ha, you fell. You were like this star, shining star, and now you fell. And then so later on, all these dumb, uneducated Christians are like, duh, Lucifer is Satan. Duh. It's not. Lucifer is not Satan. There's nothing to do with Lucifer. That's why you have saints with the name Saint Lucifer. They don't worship Lucifer. That's just the name of it. Just means I'm a light bringer. It means it's like the name Lucas. The name Lucas is in the same etymology. It means light. Light one or bright one. Lucian or Lucas or Lucifer, Lucifero. They're all sort of cognates of the same word. So this idea that they worship Lucifer is silly. It's weird. It doesn't make any sense. It's not historical. It doesn't make any sense at all. It's kind of made up. So, anyways, now everyone uses the term synonymous with Satan. Now it's just become a normal thing now. Now even Catholics will say this. Even Catholics will use the word Lucifer to describe Satan. Because you have Milton's Paradise, Lost Paradise, where he uses the term Lucifer. Paradise Lost. So after this story right here, after this comes out, it's over after that. Once Milton drops Paradise Lost, Lucifer is forever the devil. Then it never goes back, because in this story, Satan is Lucifer. He actually adopts the false translation of the false, not even a false translation. It's a misunderstanding of the passage of Isaiah. That's what it is. Let me show you what I mean by that. Isaiah 14. Oh no, it's Isaiah 7. I'm sorry. Isaiah 7:14, I think it is. Isaiah 7. No, that's not it. Wait, which one's Lucifer in Isaiah? No, it is 14. I was right. Isaiah 14. I was right the first time. Okay, so if we go to let me share my screen real quick. I should use Cross Bible for this one. Cross Bible. So, okay, let's do this. We're gonna make 3 of them. Okay, we're gonna go to Isaiah. We're gonna go to 14. And we're going to do Hebrew here. And we're going to do Greek here. And where's the Septuagint? Okay. So, watch this. Wait, which verse is it again? It's 12. So this translation from the American Standard uses the word day star, which is fine. Son of the morning. I don't really care. It doesn't really, that's a fine translation. Let's try a different one though. Here we go. So we can see in the original Hebrew, you can see Hillel ben, which means son, ben, Shachor. Hillel ben Shachor, which means shining one, son of dawn. Shining one, shining son of dawn. And then the Greek translators go, okay, so what do we do with that? Oh, you fell from Urano. You know, you fell from Urano. By the way, Shemaim is heaven. Fell from Shemaim. And then Uranu, you fell from Uranu. O Ios ho proi anatelon. And they translate that as, O Lucifer, son of the morning. So, okay, what does that mean? Does that mean Satan fell? Is this Satan? Is this about Satan? Well, look what it's about. Look at this. This is where the whole thing. It says, take up this proverb or taunt against the king of Babylon. Is the king of Babylon Satan? No. So people literally thought, they literally misunderstood this entire passage to be about Satan, but it's not about Satan. So Satan is not Lucifer. Lucifer is the name of the star, the most brightest star at night. And look, how are you cut down to the ground? You did weakens the nations. That's it. It's total misunderstanding. Total misunderstanding. So it's funny though. It is funny to see like how you can see the Christian theology play out based on falsehoods. And then you see people still believing it. Even after it's all been debunked, they don't even care. No, I don't care. Satan is Lucifer. Shut up, dude. They don't care. They don't care if they're wrong. It doesn't matter if they're wrong. It doesn't mean anything. That's the power of Christ, dude. It doesn't even matter if it's reality doesn't map onto it. Nobody cares. They just don't care. It's fake. Who cares? You can prove it wrong. Who cares? Like, we're just going to keep believing in it. We don't care. We like it. We love it. We like Christianity, and we're going to keep following it. That's how it is, man. That's just the way it is. It's never going to change. So, Podling Dan has been a member for 18 months. Thank you, dude. That's so fucking awesome, dude. I really appreciate that. I really, 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 really appreciate that so much. Thank you. The goddess produced milk, women, man's first food. Sure. Domesticated cows would later replace that. Agriculture leads to kings. Women perhaps domesticated. Wow, I never even thought about that. The whole myth of Isis and Io, producing the divine child, the king, and she's the domesticated giver of life, the giver of milk. That is so fast. And she's the one who gets the light from heaven. She's the one who receives the light from heaven and gives birth to the king. That might be what the myth is about. That might be exactly what the myth is about. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Because it is very mysterious, the myth of Io being the virgin. It's very, very mysterious. I'm trying to find that article that I was reading where it shows her epithets as the virgin. You know what? This might be. Oh, my camera just shut off. You guys can still hear me? Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Let me fix my camera. Let me while you're waiting, I'll put on. Hold on. I gotta put something on for you guys while I'm fixing my camera. I'll be right back. 1 second. I'm just gonna put something on. Well, I gotta take a leak real quick too. So, I'm gonna put on that video from before. Okay, 1 second. I'll be right
So then, without any reason and illegally, because there is a relevant article in the legislation, that we are in a private area here. This is a 170 stremata private area. In this space, they came and sealed this building, this warehouse. If we later want to make it a temple, then it is a matter that we will proceed with again through legal procedures. We will ask the relevant authorities to tell us what we need to do, and we will do it. But here there was a violation in a free private area. Our warehouse was sealed. So far we have suffered very significant damage, which clearly, because it is not legal and has been taken to the prosecutor of Tripoli, to the appellate prosecutor, the case has gone to Nafplio, and if I'm not mistaken, also to the Supreme Court. I might be wrong about that. It has definitely gone to the first two. We've been waiting for a response for a month and haven't received one. And clearly it is something unfair and clearly something that is not legal, as the town planning office had to come, which came, saw the place, determined that everything is legal, it is a warehouse, and they should let us complete our warehouse. Otherwise, what we are doing is abusive and illegal.
I recently read an article about you being arrested, and there was an Orthodox priest that was interviewed by the article.
No. This is another matter, because we have a statement from the Metropolitan of Gortynia, the Metropolitan who issued the text is available online, preserved. He issued a text, spoke against us. He essentially said that we are bringing a foreign faith. This is foreign, if you can believe it. The religion of our ancestors, the ancient one, for thousands of years. Because here we have to say something too. If there were two religions in the Greek territory, they are the ancient Greek religion and the Orthodox Christian. But here, the Metropolitan told us, and not only that. And he said that we should not. Someone can read his circular, which was even read in churches for 2 Sundays, and ask people not to support, not to. In other words, there was a defamation. We might be able to say all of our faith, our religious freedom, and supposedly in Greece, we have open religion, and in the whole world. Everyone is free to believe what they want. It is a blatant injustice that was done by His Eminence the Metropolitan, who turned against us without reason and cause.
Now, some of the critics from the Orthodox Christian side are saying this is a religion of a bygone era, and our ancestors, the Greeks, they wanted to convert. What is your response to that?
First of all, it's not pagan, it's philosophy. It is a broader view of a higher world level. It's not possible that our ancestors, the Greeks, who were perfect in everything, geometry, mathematics, philosophy, art, architecture, perfect in everything. Yes. It is not possible that they did everything right, but got the religion wrong. So it's not paganism. It's something higher. It's something very important. It might become paganism.
All right, so this is important. I want to bring this up. There's a couple more super chats, but I'm going to get to them in a second. I found what I was looking for. So back to, I'm going to make this a clip probably. Somebody should clip this. I want to go back to this real quick. Remember what I showed you? How Apis Apophis is a calf born of a cow. This is from Podling Dan. Maybe you want to go look this back up again. Is a calf born of a cow who after this is not permitted to conceive any other offspring. And the Egyptians say that a flash of light comes down from heaven upon this cow, and she produces Apis. People will say, how do you know that's a virgin birth? How do you know she didn't have intercourse before this? It's a miracle birth with no sex, but how do you know it's a virgin birth? Well, I'll show you why. First of all, I want to show, where was the second one that I wanted to show you? Is it? Whatever.
You get that. The God. Okay, so he's born. Epaphras is born of light. You got that. I already showed you that. But I also want to show you this. Here's their. This is. I love this website. Theoi. They got all these primary sources put together in one place. It's an amazing website, by the way. Whoever put this together, thank you. Where they got all the information. It's like encyclopedic. Awesome. Great. One of the best websites out there. And they talk about the wanderings of Io, right? How she becomes a cow and how she gives birth to Epaphras. But check this out. Here it is right here. If you look up one of her major epithet, and this is from Prometheus, this is the same story. O Lord, the favor I pray, my far-roaming wanderings. She's wandering around as a cow. She gets stung by the gadfly, which is very important for Platonism, and Socrates is the gadfly, right? Oh, the gadfly, oistros, phantom, earthborn, Argos, stinging me again. And the word, by the way, the word for stinging is Christ. If you don't believe me? Watch this. Perseus Tufts, and then we can do Creo. I'm going to come back to this in a second. All right. Oh, what the hell just happened? Whoops. Creo. There we go. What's going on? Am I spelling this wrong? Hold on. Let me just find Christ in Greek. Let me see if I can just type this word in real quick. Maybe it's just this website is like broken or something. I don't know what's going on with Perseus Tufts lately. Look, nothing for Creo? What's going on? Forbidden? What the hell's going on, dude? Why can't I get to my... What is going on, dude? LSJ. Maybe I can do it like this. This is so much harder to read. I don't know why this is like this. I can't even see what that is. Tufts University? Nope. Everything's broken right now. All these websites are broken, dude. Jesus, what the hell's going on? You know what? I can probably go to Perseus. I can probably go to, I know what I can do. I can go to Loeb. I'm going to go to Loeb. Go to Loeb. Go to Perseus. Go to Prometheus Bound. So let's do this. Let's go to Loeb, Prometheus down. And then we'll type the word stinging. Here we go. That was a good way to look at. See this word? So, okay, I was pricked by the sharp sting of a gadfly. And if you want to look at this word over here, it is Christo. Look at Christes. I was Christed by the gadfly. All right, so now you see what's going on here. You're seeing the language, you're seeing the type of setup. Okay, now, so she's Christed by the gadfly. She gives birth by the light coming down and impregnating her. Nothing sexual happens. And what is she called? Where is my far-roaming course taking me? O Zeus, son of Kronos, and what offense have you bound me to this yoke of misery? You are harassing a wretched maiden. Corey, by the way, that's the word Corey. You are the wretched Corey to frenzy by this terror of pursuing gadfly. Consume me with fire, or hide me in the earth, or give me to the monsters of the deep. But do not grudge, O Lord, the favor I pray. My far-roaming wanderings have taught me enough. I cannot discern my escape. Do you hear the voice of the horned virgin? Do you see it? Do you hear the voice of the horned virgin? How can I fail the maiden frenzied by the gadfly? It is she who flies the heart of the Zeus with passion. And it says, here's Io once again. Why do you call my father's name? Tell me, the unfortunate maid, who are you, unhappy wretch, that you thus correct address the miserable Cory, and have named the heaven-sent plague? The waste stings me and Christs me with its maddening goad. Oh, me, in frenzied bounds I come, driven by torturing hunger, victim of Hera's vengeful purpose, who the company of the unfortunate endures. Suffering such as mine. Oh, make it clear to me what misery I am fated to suffer. What remedy is there? What pharmacon is there? To what cure for my affliction? Reveal it. If you have the knowledge, you have the gnosis. Speak. Declare to the unfortunate wandering virgin. She's the virgin. She's the virgin that gives birth to the divine child, dude. It's right there in the ancient primary sources. Isis is a virgin. And the reason why I'm saying that with such intensity right now is because you actually get Bible scholars like Bart Ehrman and Dan McClellan who will say there are no other virgin births. And they just don't know this because they think that you can just do a word search. You can just go on LSJ and just do a word search, and you can go to the Bacchae and just say, does the word Parthenos show up here? Oh, nope, no virgin birth there. But you have to look at this from a cultural way. You have to look at this, if you're a first century writer in Greek and you understand the culture around you, and you're going to say something like born of a virgin, you know that other people know that there's a goddess called Io or Isis who's called the wandering virgin or the horned virgin, who gives birth miraculously through light to a divine child whose lineage gives birth to Dionysus. And if you write that into the Gospels, people are going to know what you're doing. People are going to know exactly who you're competing with or who you're doing a mimesis of. So that's not how it works. You can't just go, the story doesn't say, and the virgin gave birth, just like Christianity does. No, you have to know the story. You have to know the backdrop of these things. So Isis is the virgin. She's the virgin that gives birth. She's literally the horned virgin. Want to see her again? Now that you know that this goddess right here, who's called Isis, right, is called the horned virgin. There it is right there, the horned virgin. There's the child right there too. Epaphras. The horned virgin. Horned virgin. There it is. The horned virgin. There she is right there. The horned virgin. So, and guess where she gives birth to him at? The location matters. She gives birth to Epaphras in a cave. Do you know what a manger is? Do you know what a first century manger would have looked like? You know what a first century manger would have looked like? It would have been in a cave. And it would have been full of animals. That's what so what the point of a manger is that you take animals from roaming too far away and you lock them up in a cave and you put a little, you enclose them in an area of a cave so that they're protected from the elements and from like wolves and bears or whatever. The fact that Epaphras is giving birth, Epaphras is born in a cave, and his mother is a cow, and he is a calf-born, a lamb. He's called the lamb too. There's something about that. There's some animal iconography going on with Epaphras. It's very strange. Something really weird going on. And I think it's competing mythologies. That's all. It's so simple. I don't have to like go crazy and say they copied or stole from. It's competing mythologies in the same cultural milieu. That's all it is. Very simple. You can read Jerome's commentary on Galatians, the Fathers of the Church. It's on Internet Archive if you want. Jerome's commentary on Galatians. Let's see. Speaking of Jerome, something else that Jerome says is pretty interesting, but I'll pull this up. You said, okay, so you said page 108 to 109. Page 108 to 109. Let's see what you got. Page 108 to 109. I went a little bit too far. Here, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so what we're looking at here is, oh, I hate when you can't zoom in like that. All right, so I can't zoom in. Whoops. So page 108, we're looking at, suppose that when Cephas, whom Paul claims to have confronted, is not Peter, but one of the 70 disciples who went by the same name. They claim that there is no way Peter could have been capable of withdrawing from fellowship with the Gentiles. After all, he had baptized Cornelius. And when he had gone up to Jerusalem, the circumcised believers criticized him and asked, "Why did you enter the houses of uncircumcised men and eat with them?" After recounting his vision, he answered their question directly. If God gave the same grace to them as he did to us, who believed in the Lord Jesus Christ, who am I to stand in God's way? Upon hearing these words, he fell and praised God, saying, God has given the Gentiles repentance that leads to life. Most compelling that his historian Luke was silent about this quarrel in the Acts of the Apostles. He also does say Peter was in Antioch with Paul. The blasphemer Porphyry scores a victory. It is believed that either Peter erred or Paul rashly rebuked the chief of the apostles. Those who believe that Cephas and Peter are two different people can be refuted, first of all, by the fact that we do not know of any other person named Cephas besides the one who shows up in the Gospels and other Pauline letters, in some which he is called Cephas and others Peter. It is not that Peter and Cephas signify different things, but we can call Petra, stone, in Latin and Greek, and Hebrew and Syrians call Cephas because of the similarity of their language. Secondly, the entire argument of the epistle, namely its subtext about Peter, James, and John, militates against the interpretation. I'm trying to see what you're trying to get me to look at here. Are you in the comments? Am I looking at the right thing? I mean, this is kind of interesting, I guess. Page 108 to 109. Yeah, that's it. That's the right one. Is it the thing about Porphyry you're talking about? He says, in our attempt to refute Porphyry's blasphemy, we went into another Cephas just as so we can acquit Peter of error. Then we must purge from divine scripture an untold number of passages that Porphyry, oh, I see what you're trying to do, that Porphyry calumniated because he did not understand them. But if Christ will command it, I shall take at Porphyry in another work. So he's basically saying Porphyry's talking a bunch of shit, and we need to get rid of all of his. We need to burn all of his works. Yeah, man, that's what happened. Porphyry was a gangster, man. He was going at these people. They had no answer for him. They had no answer for this guy. So, speaking of Jerome, real quick, Jerome in Bethlehem, we're talking about Bethlehem. In Jerome's letter 58, he writes, here, let me see if I can find a translation. Here we go. This is fascinating right here. Right, watch this. This is from Jerome. Oh, my light just went out again, dude. I'm going to have to close up pretty soon, but it's okay. I'll just leave it on for now. This is from Jerome, letter 58. See, letter 58, translation. And he says down here, he says, Okay, here we go. The blessed Hilarion, though a native of a dweller of Palestine, only sets eyes on Jerusalem for a single day, not wishing on one hand, when he was so near, to neglect the holy places, nor yet on the other to appear to confine God within local limits. From the time of Hadrian to the reign of Constantine, about a period of 180 years, the spot which had witnessed the resurrection was occupied by a figure of Jupiter, while on the rock, get it, rock, where the cross had stood, a marble statue of Venus was set up by the heathen and became an object of worship. What? This is not blowing. How are Bible scholars not blown away by this? How is any Bible scholar not reading this and going, what? The place where Jesus was on a cross, there was an idol to Venus? What are you talking about? And the saints are admitting this? The original prosecutors, indeed, supposed that by polluting our holy sites, they would deprive us of our faith in the passion and in the resurrection. Now, if you're a true scholar, you're a true critical, informed academic, you would read this and go, bullshit, bullshit. Hadrian did not care about Christian sites. He's not going around trying to tackle Christian sites. They don't even know they don't even know what Jesus is. They barely know what Christianity even is, dude. In fact, let me show you something real quick. Where is it? Where did I put the article that I just had? Where was it? All right, let me just finish reading this real quick, and I'll go back to it in a second. So, okay, let me finish reading it. I'm all over the place today. The original persecutors of the faith of the resurrection, even in my own Bethlehem, as it now is, the most venerable spot in the whole world, of which the psalmist sings. Now, all right, look, we just went from Jerusalem, and now we're in Bethlehem. Remember, this is two different spots, guys. Follow along with me. We're just in Jerusalem, where Jesus was crucified. There was a statue of Venus and a figure of Jupiter. But now in Bethlehem, even in my own Bethlehem, the most venerable spot in the whole world, of which the psalmist sings, the truth has sprung out of the earth, was overshadowed by a grove of Tammuz. Ezekiel 8:14. Let's read it. Ezekiel 8:14. What does it say? And he took me to the northern gate of the temple, and there what I found, women sat weeping for Adonis. And in the Greek and Hebrew, it's Tammuz. See Tammuz right there? Tammuz. So there's a sanctuary for Tammuz or / Adonis. That is of Adonis. And the very cave where the infant Christ had uttered his earliest cry, lamentation, was made for the paramour of Venus. What is he saying here? This is mind-blowing. He's saying the holy sepulcher where Jesus was born in Bethlehem, where all the Christians today go and cry and do their little, do their whatever they're doing. This was originally a pagan holy site for the god Adonis, who is mourned over by Venus, the dying and rising god Adonis. Mourned over by Venus. And they're apologetic to get around this. What do they say? What do they try to say to get around this? They say it used to be that we all knew this was the place of Jesus' birth. Everyone knew this. But Hadrian decided, the literal emperor of the entire Roman Empire decided, I'm bored today. Let's go to Bethlehem. Let's go to some random city all the way in the east that I've never even heard of called Bethlehem. And I heard there was some prophet that was born there. I heard there was some guy born there. I want to take his birthplace and I want to make a pagan holy site there just to piss them off. Does that sound fucking realistic to you guys? Do you really think that actually happened? Because if you do, God bless you, dude. You're probably not the brightest, not the sharpest tool in the bunch, in the shed. Because seriously, that makes no sense at all. That did not happen. In fact, I wanted to show you something. Let's see. Pliny the Younger. Okay, check this out, right? It turns out that scholars now know Christianity was not on the map until like the middle of the 2nd century, until like seriously like Celsus's time. Yes, he's there. It's briefly mentioned by Suetonius in one passage, and it's briefly mentioned by Tacitus in a couple passages in his works, in his volumes and volumes and volumes of works that he left behind. He briefly mentions a rumor about he misspells his name wrong, calls him Christus. And they don't even know who Jesus is. Josephus is heavily interpolated, but he's Jewish, so he should know anyway. Now, when it comes to Romans knowing about Jesus, this is a different story. In fact, it turns out the first person to ever mention Christians, he doesn't even mention Jesus, by the way, is Pliny the Younger. And Pliny the Younger, it turns out that a scholar, Enrico Tuccinardi, has written a journal article through Oxford Academic, and he says Pliny the Younger's letter to Trajan regarding the Christians, this is dated to like 119, right before Hadrian. So right before supposed time where Hadrian is going to Bethlehem to piss off Christians by putting pagan holy sites in all their places, right before that. This is the same decade. Here, what do we find out? The Trajan's letters regarding the Christians is a crucial subject for studies of early Christianity. A serious quarrel among scholars concerning its genuineness arose at the end of the 19th, 20th century. Of course, the German scholars are fucking 300 years ahead of us. They were already on this shit. And us American scholars were like, no, stop it. It's real. It's all real. Go away, mythicist. Plinian authorship has not been seriously questioned in the last few decades. Isn't that weird? In the last 5 decades, no one questions this stuff. After analyzing various kinds of internal and external evidence in favor and against the authenticity of the letter, a modern stylometric method is applied in order to examine whether internal linguistic evidence allows one to definitely settle the debate. This is crazy. The findings of this analysis, a brand new methodology, studying the linguistic stylometric method is called, and trying to figure out, is this truly an authentic letter? Were the Christians actually mentioned by Pliny the Younger? This is what he says. The findings of this analysis tend to contradict received opinion among the modern scholars, affirming the authenticity of Pliny's letters, and suggest instead the presence of large amounts of interpolation. just like Josephus. This is just like Josephus. Inside the text of the letter, since his stylistic behavior appears highly different from the rest of Book X. Are you surprised, if you watch my channel, are you surprised that Christians were messing with text? That Christians were going in and rewriting text from the 2nd century to include themselves? I'm not. So Pliny, and by the way, let's for the sake of argument, let's pretend Pliny's letter to Trajan about the Christians is 100% authentic. Let's ignore this article right now. So this scholar's wrong. Pliny is authentic. When you read Pliny's letter to the Christians, let's go to it, actually. Pliny the Younger. Let's see what he says. Christians. Why can't I click on that? Trajan. Where is it? All right. So like I said, let's pretend that let's ignore that article. Let's pretend that this letter is completely authentic. And Trajan's writing back and forth to Pliny. And he says, what does he say? Let's find it. Here we go. By the way, already off the bat, we should already be suspicious with the size of this letter. Because look at these are all one paragraph, one paragraph, one paragraph, one paragraph, one paragraph, and then all of a sudden you get this gigantic 10 paragraph long letter about Christians. So it's already strange as it is, and of course the scholar has also decided that it's even more stranger when you do stylometric analysis of the text. He says, I have never been present in an examination of Christians. Consequently, I do not know the nature or extent of the punishments usually meted out to them. So this is already strange that he's talking about punishing Christians for what reason? We don't even know who they are. Then he says, these Christians, for the moment that I was taken alive, all persons brought to me on the charge of being Christians. I have asked them in person if they are Christians. If they admit it, I repeat the question a second and a third time without a warning of punishing and weighting them. If they persist, blah, 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 blah. He basically says he lets them go. Ultimately says he lets them go. Now, the weird thing about this is Trajan has no idea who these Christians are. Trajan, you have followed the right course, my dear, in examination charge of being Christians, for it is impossible to lay down a general rule to fix formula. These people must not be hunted down. So they're not even, by the way, this is the funny part. They're not being hunted down. They're not being persecuted by Trajan. He's leaving them alone. So even if we accept this as authentic, we don't even get persecution or them being hunted down. It's the opposite. For if they are brought before you, the charge against them is proved, they must be punished. But if in case of anyone who denies that they're Christian and makes it clear, by the way, the reason why I think this is fake is because it's going along with the idea that Christians were illegal. They were hiding, and you're not allowed to be a Christian, or we're going to kill you. And that is not reflected in the primary sources at all, besides this one right here. Besides this one weird source that comes out of nowhere. But they don't even know who the Christians are. They've just heard about them for the first time. That's the key thing that I wanted to bring up. In this letter, they're like, who are these weird Christians? I don't even know nothing. They're acting a bunch of weird. Should we let them go? What should we do? And you're telling me that within a decade of this letter, Hadrian's going around the empire, just out of his day, bored, have nothing to do. Is the emperor of the Roman Empire, just going around deciding to set up holy sites where Jesus was. Seriously? That's the story we're going with? Or what makes a lot more sense to me is that these were sites for Adonis and Venus, or Dionysus, or whatever, and they were Christianized by Constantine and his mother. So they went out of it's the exact opposite is true, which is the funniest part. The Christians were not persecuted, but the pagans really were persecuted. They really were shut down. They really were murdered. They really did have their temples destroyed. They really did have their entire lives taken from them. And then it comes to, they took our holy sites away and made them pagan for a little bit. Turns out that's not true either. But the exact opposite is true. Christians went out of their way to look for holy sites for Adonis and Venus and made them Christian holy sites. This makes me angry. It makes me literally angry. History can be angering. History is not fun sometimes. This pisses me off a little bit. That I know that this is what happened in history to people. And we just live in a world that's still dominated by their ideas. And they got away with all this stuff. And we still live in the world where that's who cares? Dirty pagans dirty, cannibalistic, orgiastic. They had no morality, pagans. When actually Aristotle, who discovered the laws of logic and wrote all the famous books on ethics for the Western ethics, was a pagan. So all the good stuff that we love about the West comes from pagans, not Christians. So, S. Mill, thank you for the super chat. When Isis lost her head in the battle of Horus and Seth, Thoth replaced it with a cow's. See, she's the cow. And Osiris was called the Great Bull. Absolutely. Isis is the calf that gives birth to the divine child. Look at this. There's an article that I found online called Holy Cow. And there's Isis right there with the calf head. Fragment from Isis's temple in Aesopus. And there's her with the cow head. So when you see the Ankh, when you see the Ankh as the symbol of life, and it's a cross, I'm not surprised about any of this stuff. This stuff makes total sense to me. Trev Gamer, thank you for this $5, says, explain why James Valiant and Warren Fahey are wrong. I think that they go a little too far with the evidence of Romans being behind creating a religion that ultimately ends up being their own demise against the people they went to war against. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where to start, really. The idea that these are secretly codes for Vespasian is kind of nonsensical. And even with the passages about like fishers of men, then there's no methodology of where they pick out these passages from. There's no, like, it's not like they're just like going in the Gospels and looking for parts that match up with what we find in Josephus. But there's no like chronological, they're not like in the same order. They're not like, it's just, there's like parts of Josephus that look like it lines up with parts of the Gospels, and they're like, okay, there it is. But we're talking about the same we're talking about the same place, the geography. The stories both happen in Judea or in the Levant. So they're gonna be in the same places doing certain, like you're gonna find Titus going to the Galilee, for example, because he fought wars there. So just because we have two stories happening in the same place doesn't mean that they're connected that way. That's what I would say about that. It is interesting, though. I will say this. It is very interesting when you talk about Tacitus. There's a passage in Tacitus who says, is it in Histories? I think it's in Histories, who says Vespasian... where is it? I want to find it now. I think it's portent. The word that's prophecy. Yes, here it is. I found it. Okay, so I will say this. I think the Roman Prov is not wrong about everything. I actually was very fascinated by it, and still am. The idea that there is some overlap or borrowing by the Christians. Like, I think the Christians could have had connections to the elites in Roman society. Like and Mark's gospel has a lot of Latinisms, for example. So I think there is the people behind the gospels are not just Jews, but also elites that are maybe anti-establishment elites, anti-Julio-Claudians, for example, that are more pro-Vespasian, anti-Nero, that type of thing. Because you got to remember, these things are very complex. The political situations in the ancient world are just as complex as today. Like today, you have pro-Zionist Republicans and anti-Zionist Republicans. Doesn't mean like someone in the future might be like, well, they're both Republicans, so they have to be on the same team. No, that's not true at all. You can have different people from the same party that are against each other, just like the ancient world. So, anyways, the point is, Prodigy. He's talking about in book 5 of Tacitus. He has some weird stuff go on. He's talking about he's talking about Vespasian and Titus. He says prodigies had indeed incurred to avert them either by victims or by vows is held unlawful by a people which, though prone to superstition, is opposed to all propitiatory rites. I'm just seeing with them. Okay. Contending hosts were seen meeting in the skies. Okay, so remember Revelation. Remember what Revelation says. There's a war in the heavens between Michael and Satan. And now Tacitus is saying when Satan, or when during 70 AD, he's talking about 70 AD, the destruction of the temple, right here, book 5. This is what's going on. He says, while Titus is destroying the temple in Jerusalem, I'm not kidding, this is in the book. Tacitus says, hosts were seen meeting in the skies. What? Arms flashed. Suddenly the temple was illumined with fire from the clouds. Of a sudden, the doors of the shrine opened up and a superhuman voice cried, "The gods are departing." At the same time, same moment, the mighty stir of their going was heard. Few interpreted these omens as fearful. The majority firmly believed that their ancient priestly writings, talking about the Holy Bible, the Old Testament, contained the prophecy that this was the very time when the East should grow strong and that men starting from Judea should possess the world. Well, watch this. Leviticus, star from the East. Oh, no, Numbers. I'm sorry, Numbers. Numbers 24. Okay, so what is, so whoever wrote this, and I wouldn't be surprised if this was an interpolation by Christians. Because it's so weird, it's so bizarre that Tacitus would write this. So bizarre. And if he did write it, then he knew, he all of a sudden got educated in Christian theology. Weird. Because look at this. I shall see him. Behold him, not high. There shall be a star out of Jacob. A scepter shall rise out of Israel and shall smite the corners of Moab and destroy the children of Sheth. This is the famous messianic prophecy from Numbers. And now when we go back to Tacitus, he's saying that this is the time when the East should grow strong and men starting from Judea would possess the world. 27. Let me just check something real quick. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, and then it says, and Edom shall be a possession. Let me just go back to that. Let me just go back to this passage again. And Edom shall be a possession. The Edomites are the Romans, and they think this is the Romans. Seir shall be a possession for his enemies. Israel shall do valiantly. That's funny, valiant. But anyways, there's different ways to translate this. And one of them, it says, a star will rise from the east. From the east. So that's why whoever wrote this passage in Tacitus, maybe it's Tacitus or not, I don't know, was familiar with this. Whoever wrote this was familiar with Numbers. They knew what this meant, that a star from the east would grow strong and Judea should possess, you literally uses the word possess, the world. This mysterious prophecy had in reality pointed to Vespasian and Titus. But the common people, as in the way of human ambition, interpreted these destinies in their own favor and could not be turned to the truth even by adversity. All right. So what do you do with that? There's a lot of things I can do with this. This could be Tacitus writing sort of a propagandistic polemic against Christian prophecy in his time period. That people think that there's a prophecy about Christ, but really it's about Titus. And that's as far as it goes. It doesn't necessarily mean all of a sudden that this means the Gospels are about Titus. I think that's pushing the evidence too far. That there's like a secret code happening that it's all about. But like Titus is going to die and people are going to forget about him. And some random Jewish guy is going to get all of the credit for all of his messianic work. Makes no sense to me. Why would anyone want that? Why wouldn't you want to be why wouldn't you just have your own cult where you're literally the Messiah being worshipped? That's what any other Roman Empire would do. So that's why I think it doesn't make sense. That's just my personal thoughts. I don't think everything they're saying is crazy, though. I think it's interesting. So that's why I think they're wrong. Podling Dan, thank you for the $5. The virgin birth would have been a myth perpetuated by a man's lack of knowledge of sexual relations early on pregnancy, seeming to happen without deed. Yes, I think that might be reflected of why it's come down as a flash of light. Because a lot of times people don't know. People think miracles, people just get pregnant and it's a miracle. People don't really know what's going on with sexual, like especially with children, especially when you're raising children in a society and you want them to think that God's on your side. You tell them that God got your mother pregnant and that's why she's about to have another child. Something like, something silly like that. That could be what it is. Aiden 1W1L says, what do you think of the flat earth? Atheists hate it. It's silly. It's silly. It's been debunked thousands of years ago by Eratosthenes. I'll show you what I mean. Eratosthenes. Let's see. I found it. Here we go. So Eratosthenes from like 300 BC, 240 BC, he debunked this. He figured out the earth was round. So what did he do? Well, he set up, he measured the shadows of what do you call those what are they called again? The markers. I forgot what they're called. It's getting late, but he measured the shadows of these, what are they called again? Obelisks. And when he measured them all at the same time in different locations. So he was in Egypt. He went all the way down to Aswan on the Nile. So let's see, where's that on the Nile? Aswan. Let's see how far away that is. Let's look. Aswan. He went all the way down here. Look at this. Let me share my screen. He went all the way here. So he went all the way down south. He came all the way from up here, all the way down here, and he measured an obelisk down there at noon. When the sun was in the middle of the sky, he measured the same exact place, same time. He measured the shadow. So then he measured the shadow in multiple places, and they were all different lengths, which means the earth is not flat. Because if the earth was flat, all the shadows would be the exact same size at the exact same time. But they're not, because the earth is curved, and see the shadows are not the same length anymore because of the curvature of the earth. So he figured this out without any cameras, computers, nothing. He completely did it with just measuring shadows. And he figured it out. He figured out the sun relative to where you're standing will cast a shadow on an obelisk, and depending on the earth being flat, should have the same exact, should be the same if it's in the same part of the sky. And so he figured it out, that the Eratosthenes figured out that he figured it out. Anyways, the earth's not flat. That's actually a really stupid idea. And by the way, another thing about the earth being flat is, let me see. Yeah, here we go. Here it is right here. Alexandria, Aswan, and he measured the shadows, parallel sun rays. And he figured it out that there is different lengths of the shadows. Boom. That's end of debate. But here's another thing you got to realize. Go to Google Earth. Google Earth should not work if there was some secret, if there was like some conspiracy to hide the world and then make a fake map. You and I would not be able to go on Google Earth and click on Google Street View and find pictures of the world and then have the globe work perfectly on the map like that. There'd be issues with the map. There would be glitches. It would not be working correctly. You would not be able to just travel throughout the world image by image that way, because it wouldn't work. The map would be completely different. The way they can, the fact that it works perfectly just shows you there's no issues with the models at all. So, anyways, people are getting bored. People are leaving because I'm talking about flat Earth. I'm going to get going after this. All right. Thank you for the last super chat of the night. Titus Jesus parallel is not Valiant and Fahey. It's Atwell. Well, not necessarily. Valiant does talk about the Titus stuff too. But there's more to it. Like the whole Constantine. Valiant says that Constantine adopted the name Flavius when he became Christian, but his dad's name was Flavius. And not only that, it was a common surname that you find all over the place in that time period by pagans and Christians all over the place. Flavius Philostratus was a pagan. He wasn't a Christian. And his father had the name Flavius Constans before Constantine converted to Christianity. So he was already a Flavian before that. So there's a lot of things he says that I disagree with. Anyways. Look at this guy getting. Why are you? You don't even understand it. I probably understand it more than you do. So, have you had the pleasure of seeing any Vatican Catholic content other than his review of you and Jay? No, I haven't. I saw his video on me. I'm gonna pull that up real quick before I go. I'll show you guys what I mean. Maybe you guys can check it out. Someone did a review of my debate with Jay Dyer. It was pretty interesting. It was from a Catholic point of view, so I thought it was pretty fascinating to watch this. It's got 7,000 views in 6 days. It's pretty good. Let me see. I'm gonna pull it up right now. Okay. Share my screen.
3 and 1 cannot, there's not a thing that can be 3 and 1 at the same time. Really? You ever seen this?
We've refuted Jay Dyer, who is Eastern Orthodox, in detail on the papacy, the filioque, the doctrine of God, and more. See our playlist that refutes Eastern Orthodoxy. But Jay Dyer recently had a debate with a Gnostic, and something came up that we found interesting and revealing. Dyer again expressed a significant error, one we've refuted in the past, which exposes a major flaw in his understanding. Before we cover it, we should point out that we, of course, do not agree with the Gnostics' false beliefs. However, on this particular point, Dyer was completely wrong. In an apparent attempt to defend the doctrine of the Trinity, Jay Dyer strenuously and repeatedly argued that something can be both one and many at the same time, and in the same way. Note, Dyer was arguing against the position that something cannot be both one and many at the same time, in the same way.
No, you said, quote, something cannot be one and many at the same time in the same way. I wrote down the quote.
I agree with that.
Well, the position that Dyer is trying to refute, that something cannot be both one and many at the same time and in the same way, which his opponent stated, is actually an expression of the law of non-contradiction. Something cannot be one in the same way that it is many. This is not only basic logic, but it's also part of the Christian faith. For example, in the letter of Sophronius of Jerusalem, which was accepted by Constantinople III, and Dyer actually claims to accept this letter, we read concerning the Trinity, quote, "And neither is the one by virtue of being one taken to be three, nor are the three, inasmuch as they are three, understood as one. For the same thing is both numerable and shuns numeration. It is numerable in its hypostases, but shuns numeration in the singularity of the Godhead. For all number possesses difference as a corollary, and all difference and distinction brings with it an associated number." End quote. Here we see in a Christian profession of faith accepted by the Sixth Ecumenical Council an articulation of the same point about the law of non-contradiction in reference to the Holy Trinity. God is not three in the same way that he is one. And
anyways, this is VaticanCatholic.com did this video, so it's worth something to check out. I'll definitely check it out. It's a pretty interesting channel. I'll definitely want to check out more of their stuff and see some more. I like paying attention to the Catholics and Orthodox and Protestants and what they all have to say about each other, because I didn't even know that the Catholic had a different position than the Trinity, and it's fascinating. It's worth keeping up on, I think. So, with that being said, I'm out of here. It's getting late. I'm getting tired, and you have just attained true gnosis.
You have just attained true gnosis. The demiurge has no power over you.